Good afternoon and welcome. This is a regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, called for Tuesday, April 27, 2010 at 4 p.m. and beginning at 4:04 p.m. Roll call, please.
Member Craven Green.
Here.
Craven Green present. Member Nee.
Here.
Nee present. Member Washburn.
Here.
Washburn present. Member Colton. Colton excused. Member Manny. Manny excused. Member Caneva.
Here.
Caneva present. Member Johnson. Johnson excused. Member Wolf. Wolf excused. Member Chan. Chan present. Member Goldman.
Present.
Goldman present. Member Williams. Williams present. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no known changes, Mr. Chair.
Members?
None.
Okay. Want to welcome a couple of people. Frank Brass, who is from the City Attorney's Office. He is serving as Deputy City Attorney today in the absence of Jerry Threet.
Thank you.
And Latonia Stokes, who is with the Clerk of the Board's office. And we welcome you both. It's nice to see you here. Mr. Clerk, could you read the first item, please?
The first item is the approval of February 23rd, 2010 meeting minutes.
Okay. Is there a motion for approval?
Well, I have a couple of things before we do that.
Oh, we can do that during discussion.
Oh, okay.
Is there a motion for approval?
I move we approve.
Moved and seconded. Is there a discussion?
I just have a couple of things. On page 7 of the packet, under item 4, the fifth paragraph, we've got a double period on the end there. Also, under 4, 5, 6, and 7, the formatting seems to have changed from our normal way of doing things in that we have determining jurisdiction in 4, and then we go into the hearing, and then 5 is C4, C item 4. I think it should be 4 is the determination of jurisdiction, and then 5 is the hearing. We have that both in 4 and 5 and 6 and 7. I think that should be changed.
Okay, you're saying the minutes basically should match the agenda, is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thanks. Member Craven Green?
I think actually 4 is fine because 4 and 5 and 6 are fine because we basically found no jurisdiction. So there wasn't a hearing on the merits. So the discussion has to be the way it's been listed here.
Okay. I stand corrected.
Okay. Member Washburn?
I have a few edits. This is under item number 3, the wording in the main paragraph, second line, Ray Hart suggested I would add that members of the public who appear before a board or commission submit, and delete the 2.
Okay.
And then item number 4, the fifth paragraph, in the third line, I would strike as when he was actually asking BVAVC. And the next paragraph, second line, to seek their reproduction. We're referring to documents. So strike its and replace with their. And also in the last paragraph on that page, Member Cawthon asked Ms. Hodges to go over the security measures with Mr. Pasquarello if they were in place. Again, we're referring to something in the plural.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay, I have some changes that I suggested myself. I have emailed them to Mr. Rustum, so none of them is substantive. They're all along the line of making little tweaks here and there. So, at this time, is there any public comment on the minutes of February 23rd?
Good afternoon. Peter Warfield, Library Users Association.
Just wanted to say that, as I said earlier before the meeting had started, I asked, the supervisors are meeting currently, and I have some business that I want to bring before them, so I'm going to try and hop between both meetings. Again, I think that you've put your own proceedings at a disadvantage when you compete with the Board of Supervisors in having your meeting on the same day. And for quite some years, you had it on a different day. I'm a little disappointed that items 1 and 2 have so little about what I said. I can't imagine that all I said was that the minutes did not reflect what I said at the meeting. That's what it says on item 1. And item 2, Peter Warfield, Executive Director of the Library Users Association, said the minutes need more scrutiny. With respect to the report of, for example, the Education Outreach and Training Committee, which is item 13, all it says is Education Outreach and Training Committee Chair Sue Cawthon made the report and doesn't really say anything about the content of the report itself. I do wish that you would supply some information. It was a pretty, however brief these reports might be, it seems to me that it would be suitable and appropriate to provide a little bit of information for yourselves and the public, and especially since you're the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, to set an example for minutes that are helpful and as complete as possible. On item 16, what's generally known as general public comment, I remember as a kid growing up in New York, an early sort of education in words that have a kind of coloration. Macy's always used to boast about their 6% discount and had a huge sign on Herald Square, "It's smart to be thrifty." And at some point, somebody once said, well, imagine if they said it's smart to be cheap. Cheap is a negative direction for the same kind of term that might describe the same kind of behavior as what somebody else calls thrifty, which has a virtuous tone. Under item 16, you've got me doing something that I don't think anybody else has done, even though there's been plenty of complaints and complaining by various people about various things. It says, Peter Warfield, Executive Director, and so on, said, and so on and so on. He also complained of not being recognized. I think that you might find a word that's less prejudicial to the speaker in saying that the references in the matters that the Sunshine Task Force sends out should correctly recognize the association and affiliation of the person who has filed the complaint, or in fact the organization that filed the complaint.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Is there any other public comment on the minutes of February 23rd, 2010? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Any further comment by the task force? Seeing none, roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Craven Green.
Aye.
Craven Green, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber.
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Chan. Aye. Chan, aye. Member Goldman.
Aye.
Goldman, aye. Member Williams. Williams, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Thank you. Could you call the next item, please?
The next item is the approval of March 23rd, 2010 meeting minutes.
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there a discussion among the task force? Member Washburn.
I didn't receive the packet until I walked in here today, so I haven't had a chance to review the minutes and would appreciate it if we could continue this item.
Okay. Further comment by the task force?
Fair enough.
Okay. Is there any objection to continuing? Seeing none, this matter is continued. However, before we depart from this item, is there any public comment on the minutes of March 23rd, 2010? Seeing none, public comment is closed. This matter is continued. Next item, please.
Item number 3 is special recognition to Kristen M. Chu for her community service as a member of and chair of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Okay. Unfortunately, Ms. Chu has moved out of town. She is now living in New York. We certainly wish her the best. She contributed immeasurably to a lot of things that we did here on the task force. What I'd like to do is go around and ask members for any comments they'd like to give regarding Member Chu. Member Williams?
Yes, I would just like to say, if we could get some kind of certificate of appreciation or recommendation. Oh, you got it already. Well, that's good. Kristen was a very pleasant person to work with, and she was very knowledgeable, and she was also very dedicated to what she did. And she was missed. It was a great surprise when we found out. But when you're telling us now that she moved to New York, that's a good move for her with her lovely little children. So she was a pleasure to work with. She was always willing to meet with people, and she was just pleasant. She had had a negative bone in her body. So just anybody hear from her, and Miss Washburn, just give her my regards and my love to her and her family.
Okay, Member Chan?
I just want to echo the same. She was, being a chair for a year. She worked very hard, and appreciate her for being the chair and working hard in the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. And many of my colleagues probably feel the same. Well, hopefully she'll be in New York, and I guess pretty much hope for future endeavors, and hopefully she'll be happy in New York.
Okay, Member Washburn?
I know Kristen from the League of Women Voters, where she joined the board as a new mother and jumped in with both feet and contributed a lot to that organization. And she's actually the person who invited me to join this body, so I have her to thank for this, what's been a very interesting, exciting couple of years, and I'm interested in re-upping. So she's a friend of mine on Facebook, and I will pass along your good wishes to her.
Member Craven Green?
I have nothing to add.
Okay.
Same thoughts.
Member Goldman?
I have nothing to add. I think everyone's pretty much covered it.
Member Knebber, same. I just want to say that she put a lot of thought into what she did here, a lot of effort. We didn't always see eye to eye on things, but her opinions were well-founded, and certainly, they were honest opinions. Is there anybody is there any public comment on this item?
Hello, members. My name is Doug Comstock. I just wanted to remember Kristen and all of the effort that she put in. And her great accomplishment to me that always stood out was her ability to have the joint hearing with the Ethics Commission, something that I was never able to do, possibly because of the animosity that had existed between this body and that one. But somehow she was able to bridge that, and I was very proud of her for that effort. And I miss her. Thank you.
Okay. Is there further public comment? We'll note that Mr. Comstock has very generously found a paperweight to send Ms. Chu along with the certificate that we will be mailing to her. And some of us on the task force have agreed that we will help defray Mr. Comstock's costs on this. So thank you, Mr. Comstock. And I think at this point we're ready to move on. Would you call the next item, please?
Item number 4 is the Education and Outreach and Training Committee has referred to the task force file number 09057, Peter Warfield against the clerk of the board, with a recommendation that it find the clerk's office in willful violation of the ordinance, and that it also find the clerk's office in violation of section 67.21E for failure to send a representative to the committee's hearing on March 11, 2010.
Okay, Mr. Warfield, you have indicated that you might like this matter continued because you're bouncing back between here and the Board of Supervisors. Are you ready to pursue this matter now, or do you wish us to continue it till later in the meeting? Now is fine. Okay, Mr. Warfield, would you approach the microphone, please? Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. The clerk apparently has sent a letter at the very last minute. It appears to be dated today, and it's addressed to Richard Nee, coming from the clerk of the board, Angela Calvillo. In an extremely brief opportunity to review it, it appears that the clerk is giving a timeline of the various events that have occurred in this matter. Let me back up a minute and say that your own rules say that material that's to be provided and considered at meetings has to be provided at least a week in advance in order to be considered, and if it isn't, it may not be considered, perhaps might not be considered by the task force. I do not think it's appropriate to have a letter like this on a matter that's been going since September dropped on this body or on me literally upon my arrival at this meeting room this afternoon. I think that is an example of a kind of a willful snub, if you like to put it mildly, and worse if you don't. So on March 11th, basically the clerk on the side 2 says that final sentence, based on this, the clerk's office considered the matter closed with the task force and in the jurisdiction of the Ethics Commission, and it seems clear that they don't intend to come here anymore for any kind of discussion. The clerk has been pretty straightforward, which I actually appreciate, even though it hasn't been following the law. And the straightforwardness has been basically they acknowledged that they violated the law initially. They said they were considering a revision of their policy, and they did then revise their policy, and you can find their revised policy, while an improvement, is certainly not within the law. The revised policy is dated November the 10th. It is on page 30 of this packet, and it says that paragraph 2 or 3 on the page says personal information contained in general communications submitted to the Board of Supervisors, clerk of the board's office, is subject to disclosure and, then in bold, will not be redacted. I'm grateful that the clerk has made this improvement, and I'm very glad that our complaint and your action have apparently pushed them towards the direction of compliance. However, the next and final 2 paragraphs are clear violation of the law. It shall be the policy of the clerks of the board office and its agencies to redact the following information, and there they list board and commission and committee and task force applications, including any attachments and or supporting documentation, and here they're essentially redacting all contact information. They have 4 bullet items: home street address numbers, home telephone numbers, home fax numbers, home email addresses. So presumably they'll say that somebody lives on Geary Boulevard but not give the street number. Your own letters of determination, orders of determination, and other letters have stated pretty clearly that the Sunshine Ordinance requires disclosure of basically all the contact information. I know that you've waffled a little bit on particulars, and that's very disturbing to me to the degree that this body is making law. But in terms of what's here before you, their policy has remained unchanged, and I did request a look at one of the 2 files very recently, and sadly did not find that they did something they promised to do. One of the things they promised to do is on page 28 of your file at the top and page 2 of a letter from, it's page 2 of a order of determination dated November 3rd. And it's your description of what happened with Mr. Caldera. It says, the first full paragraph, Mr. Caldera agreed that a line should have been drawn or other marking used on redacted documents to identify where information was redacted. And one of the issues there was that the law clearly requires that redactions be clearly marked and identified as to why they were redacted. I have looked in their file, and I have seen white paper in the file that I asked for so that it's not clear what's been redacted or why. And I'm sure that somebody getting a copy would not have a sense for what was redacted from that continuing white paper stuck onto the page at certain points. So I hope that you go ahead with the recommended action as stated on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant?
Hi, Kimo Crossman. I'm a little confused because I don't see anything with this order of determination indicating that the clerk has violated Sunshine by redacting certain information. I'm sure that was discussed, but it would be, I'm just very concerned because I just had a similar dispute with the clerk. I asked to get the applications on the Sunshine Task Force renewal, and they redacted addresses, home addresses, and in particular the thing I wanted, which was the email address that the people just chose to provide. They didn't have to provide an email address, but they gave an email address, and then they redacted it. So there's no expectation of privacy since the person chose to disclose that information. So I'm a little concerned that the way this is standing right now, that the only violation that the clerk is being found in is a violation with regards to not showing up at meetings, as I understand it, and not with regards to not providing valid justifications for withholding information. Maybe I'm off mark, though.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant?
Yes, Doug Comstock. I'm also very concerned that this doesn't spell out the fact that information was illegally redacted by the board, the clerk of the board. I remember in the bad old days before Sunshine, I used to, when I would agree with or disagree with the Board of Supervisors, I would go down to the clerk of the board and ask for the file, and there would be all the letters from the people who agreed with me that the board was doing something wrong. And there would be their names and addresses, phone numbers. I would jot them down and give them a call and organize. That was a great organizing tool. And now that we have Sunshine, that tool has been closed to the public. And I think it's a great loss for us. And I would hope that activists could get that ability back to find people of like mind who took the time to write into the Board of Supervisors, didn't ask that their names be redacted or their addresses, but it was done without their permission, and it is illegal. And I wish that you would spell that out for the clerk and that you would actually pursue this matter, because I think it's a very important one. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is there anybody here representing the respondent? Seeing none, is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Craven Green.
There's some confusion. I have some confusion over this. This number is noted as file number 0. I think we might have to wait for Chris to come back in.
09057.
Right, and that issue is already been referred to the Ethics Commission, and that issue is the redaction of contact information from members of boards and commissions. So that's what has been noted for hearing today. If there was 2 complaints that Mr. Warfield had, 09057, which we've already referred to ethics, and I believe there was a separate complaint which was referred to EOT. That order of determination is not in here at all, and it's unclear to me what EOT referred back to us. So I don't think this is, I'm assuming that the issue here is the clerk's insistence on redacting names and, not names, but addresses and contact information for members of the public who submit correspondence to the Board of Supervisors. And if that's the issue, then we need to have this re-agendized for the next meeting to have the proper order of determination in there and a report from the EOT as to why they're referring it back to us. So I don't believe we can do anything on this matter at this hearing. I think it's been improperly agendized. Chris, did you understand that?
Through the chair, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because the one we have here is 09057, and that's already been referred to ethics. So
This is the case.
no, I don't believe it is, Chris. I think there's been a confusion at EOT. The issue that EOT was dealing with was the clerk's policy with respect to further redaction, I believe, of names and addresses of, not names, of addresses and contact information of individuals who submit correspondence to the clerk's office. That was the intent. We can go back and look at the minutes, but that was the intent, I believe. Rick, I'll defer to the chair on this.
Member Washburn?
There's no reason to refer somebody to ethics if we also refer to EOT.
I'm looking at the memorandum from the clerk of the board from November 10th, which clearly states that the personal information contained in general communications is subject to disclosure and will not be redacted. So that was, the victory that Mr. Warfield referred to, that they had gone back and changed the policy. So it seems like that's not an issue anymore. And the issue is information on applications. I don't know what the issue is. Sorry.
Member Craven Green?
Right. The question is, what specifically was on the EOT's agenda? Which complaint was referred to them?
Cheney, can I go get the file?
Yes, we will recess. We will recess briefly while Mr. Rustum goes to get the file.
Yeah, we all got that.
Okay. No problem. I thought I was missing something. Hadn't noticed that. Yeah, I guess it was supposed to be double.
Well, we have choices, right?
I'd have to go back and maybe it's in the.
No, I just was always putting.
See if I can.
See a file and it had it back and stuff.
Oh, from the correspondence.
I believe so. I believe that's what he said that we should.
About 2 years after that, he had a talk. He says,
Frank Brass.
You're going to
Nice to meet you.
So are you just filling in today for?
Just today.
and I know
It
academics.
depends on him. He's the main person there.
I see. So he was away on
I'm the
Time to
understudy.
push me out of
And
the
then
He's absent.
you have
If he's overwhelmed.
additional information. I need
I see. Is that just for meetings or for other?
those are my final, if we don't get to them today,
It's all
I haven't been to
those
a
are my
meeting in
final
months,
suggested changes that need to be done.
but I still follow the
Take
principle.
hours or sometime and then.
If you agree with that, we could make sure this was happening.
Yeah.
I still try to follow.
So far,
Other thing, there's one last thing. I meant to.
December, I did some work, and then nothing for a while, and recently had to take a leave back. Took a week or two.
And I was going to take it to the state, I just didn't get around to it. I'm wondering, what do you think about this? It's such an odd thing to be in there. Could be
No
taken
harm, no
off.
foul.
Pardon me?
I said no harm, no foul. But there's not.
Oh, I don't know. As someone who follows election integrity, I have a problem with it. I think they should be keeping all that stuff for much longer. Well, yeah, I mean, until the ballots are received and certified. Yeah.
Keep it. Speak about it.
Actually, I had the same coming in. I had the same question you did. There's nothing in the agenda for our last meeting.
So if I hang out with Brian,
Refers to any complaint by Peter.
my weight will go up.
In the agenda for the last
All day
meeting
long and just go out to meeting with him,
of the task
I can hold the same.
I see no complaint from Peter on there that would have been referred to EOT.
Canning is bullshit. I do that for fun. And I'll pay for it later, I don't care.
Right.
That we've already referred to.
Right.
Production of information, personal information from the correspondence file.
Okay, gotcha, yeah.
Now, it's my understanding that it was the last.
It's the endorphins.
Maybe EOT.
Yeah.
Actually, I screwed up too because Sue Coughlin
Yeah,
called me
yeah.
today.
And you know, the
Asked me to
opposite of
continue.
seasonal affect disorder, because you're getting all this. Plus,
And
I
that's
use it
probably
for
what's gonna happen.
meditation. Hot,
Yeah.
meditate. Right, the next day, you know. I can get
That's
15
very
minutes.
possible.
Yesterday, I got 20 minutes on the patio. Yesterday, mind you. Storm was coming in and all that bullshit. I was out there. That's the joy of being able to work from home or
But I'm always in so much. I'm always my well-being, my weight. Whatever. By the time we come, like whatever's there, we're gonna eat whatever. First, by the time June comes around, everything changes. Like, G-Man.
Well, yeah, looking at healthy stuff laying around.
Yeah.
I find that
This
the biggest determinative factor
Continue, it
is
was
having
the
healthy
matter
stuff
of
laying
giving
around.
the rewards.
You're gonna
you know,
eat, John.
the
You're gonna
annual
find something.
awards.
I'm gonna
the
eat X
Sunshine
number
and
of pounds of
Moonshine Awards.
something.
That's what she wants me to do.
Pepper jack, 70 pound of pepper jack. I will.
Right. So what was referred to?
Not all in one sitting.
How do you like it so
over the
far?
period of 4 hours? Yeah.
It's your second week. I was going to ask you that next.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, it is.
So, you know, I can do that, or
It is.
I can have a big.
So that's what should have been on our
It's a
agenda.
whole world, right?
That's what I would suspect.
These are off, right? They're actually not off.
Yes.
Fortunately, they're distance. That's the, you put them away. They
Beforehand, though, it's like, I'm gonna choose.
what did you do
You're gonna go for the good thing.
4 hours?
Difficult, because, you know, I've been at work.
Oh yeah.
It's like nothing good for you. I love those things.
Butter and dough.
It's different here when it's a city and county. Isn't it?
And I should not be
In
having
many
it.
ways. Some say it's
So
a
that's the
lot.
problem, you know? Yes, I love those things.
What's that?
My God.
I've never seen so
Big
many
old
umbrellas.
lump of dough with sugar all over it.
Where do you have a favorite place?
No, I quit eating them. I'm just
I've
saying.
never seen so many umbrellas.
That's the kind of thing I have to avoid, because I'll just, and the whole thing in like 3 minutes.
I used to have a doctor many years ago who thought ice cream should be illegal.
Well, yeah, it's
Fat and sugar.
it's poison, a delicious poison. You know,
Right.
with chocolate sauce and chopped nuts on top.
That is the main stage.
Have you ever been to Paris?
No,
The one I liked was
Been
the one
there?
with the public education.
Did you try the glacé Bertillon?
Kids in high school dressed up in the most elaborate kind, like with bagels and other big, big machine balls.
really, sounds like something I would like.
As my mother says, it's to die for.
Chanting.
You
do.
Yeah, exactly.
Was it like hyper-dense ice cream?
Very dense, intensely flavorful. They give you a very small scoop. You don't need anything more.
Really? Is that?
One small scoop of that, you're very happy.
It's kind of like gelato, but thicker.
Thicker than gelato.
Yeah, it's not like ice cream or anything. It's like a walk around.
And it was very
I would love it. Yeah, I would like that.
very good.
The French know how to eat. I just got it down, you know? They really.
Yes.
Foie gras.
I like French street food, honestly. Walking down the street in Paris, and, you know, grilled paninis, coq monsieur,
Coq monsieur.
All right, I'm going to Paris.
We're thinking about food.
I'm going to Paris.
We're thinking about food. Think about sunshine laws.
So that's a new assignment. And this is an ongoing assignment. Like I said, here are three.
In our agenda, in today's agenda. Okay.
So far, so great. It reminds me being a post when you share being
I agree.
all that.
All right, we're back in session.
You know what I mean?
Thank you for your patience. We are back in session. Okay. As it turns out that what was before the EOT committee and what is before us today is something that has already been referred to the ethics committee. The other complaint, which should have been dealt with, is 09056, and this had to do with requesting information from the clerk of the board concerning support and opposition letters related to legislation that the board was considering, and there was information redacted from those letters. And that is what we should be dealing with today, and unfortunately, it is not on today's agenda. So there is really, as far as what we have for us today, before us today, there is no action to be taken. It's been done. It's been dealt with. And going forward, the task force will recommend that the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee put before it and then refer to the task force, complaint number 09056. The complainant and the respondent are the same, Mr. Warfield and the clerk of the Board of Supervisors. Ordinarily, I would not invite. Well, I guess I would. Is there any further comment by the task force on this? Okay, seeing none, at this time, the complainant will have 3 minutes to make any concluding remarks.
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. I'm disappointed that there's been this sort of mix-up. However, there are two parts to the agenda item here, and I'm not sure that I've heard both have been dealt with. Part one of the referral agenda item says that the complaint was recommended to be, that it was recommended this body find the clerk's office in willful violation of the ordinance with respect to the complaint. And the second part appears to be having to do with the failure of the clerk to send a representative to EOT committee hearings when matters were before it and under the law require the department to attend. So I would certainly say that, first of all, I'm glad for the support that this item has received from the other folks in this room. I certainly agree with them, and I certainly think that Mr. Comstock is quite right. That's precisely what the clerk and perhaps the city attorney behind the clerk are attempting to do when matters are redacted. We, that is Library Users Association, did file 2 separate complaints because we wanted it crystal clear that it couldn't be said, oh, one category of information may or may not be redacted, but this other category is a different story altogether and should have different rules applying. Actually, everything has the same rules under the Sunshine Ordinance, whether it's communications, whether it's the applications, and so on and so forth. It needs to be made crystal clear, but if there is, in fact, any remaining willful violation to find with respect to the clerk's non-attendance, then I think that would be appropriate for you to take action on today. And I would recommend it, particularly in light of this, I think, to put it mildly, letter snubbing you and asserting essentially you have no right to take this any further. It's with the Ethics Commission. And that presumably is a reason why the clerk's office is refusing to attend meetings of your body and your body's committees. Thank you. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Again, the chair will note that there is nobody here from the city, nobody here to present facts and evidence in support of the city. This time, is there any motion by the task force? Okay. There is. Is there any sentiment to regarding the second part of Mr. Warfield's comment here to find the clerk's office in violation of 67.21E for failure to send a representative to the committee hearing on March 11? Member Craven Green.
No, and this is why. I believe there was an error in the EOT's agenda. The EOT, instead of agendizing complaint number 09056, agendized 09057, which had already been referred to the Ethics Commission. As the clerk notes in its letter, and as I think is a very reasonable interpretation, if I think something is with the Ethics Commission, that's where it is. So I don't see a need to go to an EOT hearing on a matter that's already outside of our jurisdiction and with the Ethics Commission. So I think their response was perfectly appropriate, and their failure to appear was appropriate, and I would be adamantly opposed to taking any action on this agenda item.
Okay. Member Williams.
As I recall, it was 2 parts of it, and we did find in failure to send a representative to the committee hearing. And I think it should stand like it is. Why are you sending it to the Education and Training Committee if you're not going to accept it? So I find it's a violation on the second one. I don't know where this mix-up come in at 5 and 7, but we did find that it was a violation of them not sending a representative.
Further comment by the task force? Okay, there is no motion before us. At this time, I will take public comment on this item.
This came across, but I don't think it's the clerk's jurisdiction to decide which meetings they can come to and which meetings they can't come to. If they've been invited to come as part of your proceedings, they need to come. If they think it's invalid, then they're welcome to explain that very quickly when they come. But the clerk has actually sent 2 people to this meeting today, and the fact that neither of them can speak on this matter I find surprising. As you remember previously when Gloria Young was running the clerk's office, Mr. Darby would present in her place. So I also find it strange that the mistake on this item was made by somebody in Angela's office, i.e. Mr. Rustum. I'll let you connect the dots if you want. But anyway, I just think the the clerk needs to be here to represent herself, and if she's not, then that's a violation.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion by the committee. Okay, there will be no action. This matter is closed.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, when you
Member
say
Williams?
there'll be no action, what do you mean, no action? We're just
Nobody
gonna-
has presented a motion.
Okay.
There will be no action. Mr. Clerk, could you read the next item, please?
Item number 5 is the Compliance and Amendments Committee has referred to the task force a recommendation that file number 09057, Asian Law Caucus against the Mayor's Office, be forwarded to the Ethics Commission on the basis of willful failure to comply with the order of determination, willful failure to comply with the requirement to appear at hearings, and willful failure to provide justification for withholding.
Okay, is the complainant present? Thank you. Please approach the microphone. You have 5 minutes.
As a
I'm sorry?
matter of clarification before we reach this, and perhaps we can get Mr. Brass to weigh in on this as well. There's an error in the agenda. The agenda notes that the recommendation is under 09057 when it's really under 09069.
Oh, that's also true on the cover page for this item.
Right. Well, on the upper right-hand corner, it does say 09069. On the a line, it says 09057. My own personal view is that, this is, even though that is an error, it's still adequately agendized because it has the parties to the complaint there, and the parties who are a part of this, like Ms. Chan from the Asian Law Caucus and the Mayor's Office, were notified of this hearing, so I don't think there's a due process issue there. But I did want to note for the record that there was that error on the agenda, but I don't think it's substantive that would prevent us from hearing it. But if Mr. Brass would want to weigh in.
I would just concur with your remarks that I believe there's sufficient and substantial notice here, given the substantive title, Asian Law Caucus versus Mayor's Office, and we have other indications of what this topic is about. I would think that would comply with the due process requirements.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Good evening.
Please proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Angela Chan. I'm a staff attorney at the Asian Law Caucus. I've appeared before you before. I submitted a sunshine ordinance request to the mayor's office on September 3rd, 2009. The request, as you might recall, is 2 parts, but the part that matters the most is that I asked the mayor's office to provide me with documents as to a leak of a confidential city attorney memo regarding the sanctuary ordinance that was leaked to the Chronicle. The mayor admitted that he did leak this memo, and I asked for how, when, where did this leak occur. The mayor's office was delayed in responding to my request, and then finally just did not respond to my request and said, we're not going to give you this document. Then on October 15, 2009, I submitted a sunshine ordinance complaint. I presented that before you. The task force on December 1st, 2009 found that the mayor's office was in violation of a failure to appear and also failure to provide justification for withholding. Then I came back on January 5th, 2010 for the remainder of the complaint, and the task force found that the mayor's office was in violation of 67.34 for willful failure to comply, and also section 67.21, failing to appear. Since then, the task force referred this matter to a subcommittee to see if the mayor's complying. The mayor doesn't care and didn't comply and didn't show up and didn't respond and hasn't emailed or called me or done anything to respond to that finding, both the findings and my request. So obviously the mayor should probably have this matter heard before the Ethics Commission, because it doesn't appear that he's respecting this task force at all, or my request, or the Sunshine Ordinance at all. So my request today, and I think that's the item before you, is to forward this to the Ethics Commission, because it appears to be a very clear, intentful, willful failure.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Sir.
Hi, Kimo Crossman. As you may recall, in the past I have filed complaints against the mayor's office and found them to be one of the serial violators on these sunshine matters. So I would strongly encourage you to once again send this referral to at least the Ethics Commission, probably also refer it to the Board of Supervisors for their consideration on a hearing. Now that there's been some, Mr. Grossman's case against ethics and some additional activity, there's always a chance that ethics might actually do something different with this referral than they have with other referrals, and they might actually seriously investigate it and hold relevant parties accountable. I would suggest that if you are going to send it to ethics, though, that you name the employees that are found to have violated. That's the, you have to list the managerial name of someone who violated. You can't just list an office if you're going to find willful misconduct.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Okay, nobody answers. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Chan.
Well, it clearly states that this is a violation of 67.34, willfully failure to comply, and I want to recommend that we forward this to the Board of Supervisors and the Ethics Commission.
Okay.
Because this is, like I said, the mayor's office has always been what we call it, slapping the face of sunshine. So we gotta do something about this.
Anyone else? Member Williams.
I totally agree. We've had so many things with the mayors in our office. Nobody shows up, and this is why we had it. The ex officio got so upset about it, he resigned and quit. So something has to be done about it. If we want to get this on the board, we got to make a stand and take a risk. Whoever has to take a risk or will take a risk. But the mayor can't. Got too many people behind him. He could send a representative up here. What's the problem? I mean, he's got all these staff people making all this big 3 digits money coming up here. They can come up here and say something, yay or nay. So I think we should send this as far as it could go. And it should go to the Board of Supervisors, I think.
Okay. Member Craven Green.
So I would just move then to refer this matter on the basis of willful failure to comply with order determination, willful failure to comply with the requirement to appear at hearings, and willful failure to provide justification for withholding to the Ethics Commission and the Board of Supervisors.
Second.
Move.
And in naming the mayor as the respondent on behalf of the mayor's office.
Okay. Moved and seconded. At this time, the complainant will have 3 minutes to present any concluding remarks.
Thank you for hearing this complaint. I appreciate the time you've taken to look at this, and I share with you probably the feeling of distaste of having a member of our executive branch not respect at all this commission and the work and time that you spend doing this work to try to uphold transparency for the city of San Francisco. I do reiterate the request to send this to the Ethics Commission. I appreciate the request to also send this to the Board of Supervisors. I'd be happy to appear before both and share the concern, because this leak regarding the city attorney memo is a very important leak. The leak is regarding our sanctuary ordinance that we've had for over 20 years. It appeared the mayor's office was leaking confidential memos in order for political gain and to expose the city to potential liability. And so I think it's important that this concern be addressed. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Chen, refresh our memories, please. Who specifically at the mayor's office did you deal with?
That is a very good question, and I have it in an email. Do you need it right now? It'll take me a second to dig through my files.
It would be helpful right now, I think.
Okay. Shirley Chu, SHIRLEY, last name CHOU. And her title was Deputy Communications Director, /advisor on Asian Affairs, Mayor's Office of Communications. How ironic.
Okay, what was the second part?
Advisor on Asian Affairs, Mayor's Office of Communications. And we are the Asian Law Caucus, so it's quite ironic. And I did, in the email exchange to her, and I included it in my complaint, explain to her that it was a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, and I would submit a complaint if they did not reply back, and she just ignored my complaint.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair will again note that there is nobody here from the mayor's office to respond. The matter is back with the task force. Member Craven Green, did your motion contain a referral to ethics or the Board of Supervisors or both?
Both.
Both. Okay. Member Chan?
Can I do a friendly amendment and instead of adding the mayor, put directly the person that is violating Sunshine, or probably both?
I was going to offer a friendly amendment to include both names. Okay. Is that acceptable to the second and to the maker?
Acceptable.
Okay. Is there further? I believe now we will have public comment, please.
Miss Williams' memory is better than mine. I'm glad she reminded me. First, I want to point out that the use of willful violation is unique to one section of the ordinance, 6734, and it deals with official misconduct. All you need is the word violation unless you want to have a finding of official misconduct, in which case you make that finding and then you send it to the Ethics Commission. I think that's an important distinction because it's blurred all the time. It's blurred in the proposed rules that Mr. St. Croix has presented to you, and it has been obliterated before the Ethics Commission in the cases that I had a chance to review once I saw the files. So, as Ms. Williams pointed out, Joe Aronella from the mayor's office had never shown up, even though he promised everybody, including the mayor's representative here, who quit, I think probably because he was getting no support. So that's, I think, is an important distinction, and I think if you're going to make these referrals, you should really be clear. As I've mentioned many times, official misconduct is not unique to the Sunshine Ordinance. It appears in at least 6 other places in the city charter. The Ed Jew case was a case of official misconduct, and it is handled and heard in a totally different way before the Ethics Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Member Craven Green.
Just to be clear, I think maybe Mr. Grossman's comments need me to clarify that the referral would be for a finding of willful failure to comply with the termination, willful failure to comply with requirements to appear at the hearings, willful failure to provide written justification, and a finding of official misconduct based on those willful failures. So.
Okay. Is that acceptable to the second?
Totally.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Craven Green.
Aye.
Craven Green, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber.
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan.
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Goldman.
Aye.
Goldman, aye. Member Williams. Williams, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 8 ayes.
Thank you. At this time, we take general public comment on matters not appearing on today's agenda. Speakers have 3 minutes each.
I'm sure most of you are familiar with my ongoing tussle with the city attorney's office over any number of legal issues. I have another personal experience to demonstrate two serious ongoing problems that will not go away unless there is a culture change in the city attorney's office, particularly the government team. It involves Mr. Threet, who I have been informed was called out of town sometime middle of last week on a somewhat family-related matter. So I'm willing to take it into account, but I don't think it really excuses the fact that I never heard in response to my records requests. So without dealing with anything more than the two issues that I wanted to present, which is the issue of the city attorney's ability to force individuals such as me to take action in order to get public records. I sent a immediate disclosure request to Mr. Threet a week ago yesterday. I wanted to see the time records that he maintained to justify the reductions in time allocated to this body, which went from 100% to about 40% and down to about 18% of his normal hourly production. He didn't respond to my email, so 2 days later I sent him a fax with a copy of the email. So, and of course I didn't hear a response to either the email or the fax. Now it could be because he was out of town, but he has support. I mean, obviously he was getting other communications from other people, and it was evident to me that nobody in the city attorney's office thought it was important enough to just let me know he was out of town, if in fact he was. So assuming, as I said, there's kind of this culture of forcing individuals, particularly someone like me, who doesn't accept these attitude issues of the city attorney's office. So where do I go? I have to file another lawsuit? Do I go to the supervisor of records, city attorney? Do I file a complaint with ethics? We know what'll happen there. I suppose I could file a complaint with this body, but it would eventually end up with ethics if I was sustained, and we know what would happen there. So this is a problem that every member of the public faces time and time again. Now, you can fix it in the amendment, but it has to be done in a very carefully structured and orchestrated way to make sure that the public interest is paramount. And it is the responsibility of the city attorney to protect the public's interest in obtaining public records. So my view is that this is a deep problem within the city attorney's office, and it requires very aggressive treatment in the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Further general public comment?
Kimo Crossman. I just want to say that I recently sent a couple emails to some members of the task force regarding some concerns I have with the current draft ordinance. I guess that's going to be agendized later, so maybe I should save those discussions till then. So anyway, I'll just hold it. Sorry.
Thank you. Further general public comment?
Hello, I'm Brid Starr, and a few months ago I put in a request for disclosure of some papers of misconduct of Mariola and O'Brien through the city attorney's office. And initially you had approved this, and then I got some emails left and I lost. I didn't get them in time for me to be here publicly. And I found out that it was dismissed, and I went for it to go before the board again. This was definitely misconduct, and it has to do a lot with what's happening in the city and all the different departments. And I think there was a mistake made probably because I wasn't there to say anything, and it needs to be addressed again, please. As soon as possible. I talked to Chris about it, and this was his suggestion to go before you first, before I go to the Ethics Commission, because according to all sources, not very much happens unless the public does make a stink about things. In this particular case, if the public doesn't have information, there's no reason to actually address an issue of misconduct. So please, can it go before the board again?
Thank you. Is there further general public comment?
Hello, members. My name is Doug Comstock. I wanted to pass these around. Just wanted to call your attention to the editorial on page 2 with two people who you'll probably recognize as Mr. Kimo Crossman and Mr. Alan Grossman. It's my pleasure to write stories about sunshine, and so I'm always very pleased when you have newsworthy things that come out of the Sunshine Task Force. The West Side Observer is delivered to the doorsteps of 10,000 people once a month in District 7, pretty much, which is Forest Hills and some and around West Portal. So we're always happy to put something in for Sunshine. So make good news, and we'll be happy to print it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further general public comment? Okay, seeing none, general public comment is closed. Ms. Starr, could you please approach the microphone, please? Let me just inform you that your case, your complaint was not dismissed. What happened was because you did not appear when the task force was ready to consider it, and I believe there was. Is my recollection not correct? Member Craven Green?
I believe we had a hearing on whether or not to refer this to another body for further enforcement, and that discussion didn't really matter whether Ms. Starr was here or not. We had that on the agenda, and there was no motion made to refer it on to another body. So it's not been dismissed. It's just there's been no action taken on a referral.
Well, I feel that it will be a dead issue unless I make a statement about this. And please, all this talk about the Sunshine Ordinance, and I really respect what you're doing, I hope, because I know that you're not even getting paid to do it, unlike our paid civil servants who have a reason to protect their jobs. I really feel that this has to go forward, and I need some help on it. I can't do it alone. I'm representing an entire neighborhood and probably the city as well on this particular issue, which I don't want to make public right now. It's enough that she was reprimanded for misconduct, but that was the end of the story. And if it doesn't come to the public, nothing will happen. You know, things will just continually be disorderly and corrupt. So it's up to the commission here to assist me in this.
Okay. Do you have any new evidence to bring to us in this case?
Well, I do. However, it doesn't, at this particular moment, it's the issue that's concerning the individual and the department. It doesn't act, and for me to disclose it presently would probably, I'm not sure of the exact, it wouldn't behoove the entire case for me to disclose information I already have. Though it might be interesting to everybody, it would be just chit-chat. The main thing is that there's not a disclosure of information that's in the report that she was reprimanded for, this particular employee, which has to do with an entire department, actually. So it's not that I don't want to, it's that we all know if you open up a can of worms, the rest of it won't ever be opened up again because there's way too many people involved. I can't even get the name of the lawyers or the people that were involved in the particular case. They just, if you don't open it up, nobody will let me have it, and the department definitely doesn't want me to have it. Even though the director is different, all the employees may and may not be the same, and they want their jobs.
Okay. Ms. Starr, what I would suggest is if you do have new information in this specific complaint that you brought to us, and on which there has so far been no referral action, we could not act on it today because it's not on today's agenda.
I understand, but Chris
However-
suggested that I come before you so that...
Okay. We can put it on the agenda for the next meeting, which would be May 25th, I believe.
Okay.
And at that time, be prepared to present any new evidence you have in this case. If you do not, the chances of action are very slim.
I have lots of evidence. It's like
Okay.
I said, okay, fine.
Please be seated. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I see. Okay, could you say that for the record? Okay. There's been apparently some confusion on my part. No new evidence is required. This has to do with whether information is attorney-client privileged. Okay, that's the issue. Member Craven Green, can you clarify?
The only issue before us is whether or not there should be a referral made on an order of determination. The order of determination was that we found that the report conducted a factual investigation into employee misconduct conducted by the city attorney's office was not exempt from disclosure under the attorney-client privilege, at least with respect to the factual information therein. And it should be disclosed. The city attorney's office is, at the Compliance and Amendments Committee, confirmed that they are sticking to their position, which is that the whole report is attorney-client privilege as it was conducted by the city attorney's office and is not going to be disclosed. So therefore, when it came back to this full task force, there was no motion to refer this to the Ethics Commission. There was no motion to refer it to anyone else. The sense of the task force was that what you have is two different opinions on a legal issue. So no new evidence can affect that legal issue. It's a narrow legal issue. So what I would suggest through the chair is the only issue that we have before us that we have jurisdiction over would be a motion to reconsider the status of compliance on the order of termination and whether or not it should be referred to another agency. And whether or not that gets on the agenda is through the call of the chair. That's my clarification.
Can I say something?
Please be seated. Okay. Mr. Rustom, could you put this on the agenda for the next task force meeting, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. I believe now we are ready to move on. Could you call the next item, please?
Item number 6 is the hearing on whether the City Attorney's Office has complied with the order of determination in file number 10007, Chris Daly versus the Mayor's Office.
Okay. Is Mr. Daly's office represented here? Please approach. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
I have not heard.
Please identify yourself.
My name is April Veneracion. I'm legislative aide for Chris Daly. Could you please just outline the issue of the city attorney, the agenda item?
Point of order, I think there's a mistake on our agenda, as I'm
Okay.
referring to. It's a hearing on whether the city attorney's office has complied with the order of determination. It should be hearing on whether the mayor's office has
Okay.
complied with the order of determination.
Okay.
Chris, just to confirm, in providing notice of this was on the agenda, did you notify the mayor's office?
I believe I notified, through the chair, I believe I notified the Mayor's Office, yes, ma'am.
All right, so not the city attorney's office.
Not the City Attorney's Office.
All right.
The packet information does say Supervisor Daly versus the mayor's office. So.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have anything much to say except for the original complaint that we brought forth, the Sunshine Task Force, and also the subsequent ruling, which you had ruled did not yield any additional information from the mayor's office.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is there anybody here from the mayor's office? Seeing none, is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the mayor's office? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Craven Green.
Yeah, just as a point of order, this normally would have gone to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for this hearing. However, because the order of determination was issued at such a late date, it wouldn't have allowed the appropriate time for the parties to respond and appear before Compliance and Amendments, which is why Chair Nee chose instead to put it on this agenda. So in light of that fact, what I believe would be appropriate procedure would be to notice this for our next full meeting as a recommendation by the task force to refer this matter to the Ethics Commission and the Board of Supervisors for on the basis of a failure to comply with the order of determination and a failure to send a representative to the hearing.
Member Knebber?
Just to clarify, your recommendation is because the agenda is not properly agendized to do that, right?
No.
Okay.
No, the reason why is that there's no reference here to a potential referral to the Ethics Commission or another body for failure to comply. It's a hearing on the status. We're having that hearing. We found that there is no compliance. Therefore, I think as a matter of procedure and a matter of due process, the best way forward would be to notice this as on the issue of a referral from the full task force to the full task force to refer it at the next meeting.
Member Wolf.
Yeah, I think in essence what you're saying is we're referring it for enforcement.
Right, but that the vote on that will have to take place at the next meeting so that the mayor's office theoretically could see and have notice that we're going to refer this, and they could show up theoretically if they wanted to and explain why they've complied or why it shouldn't be referred.
Isn't that what today's meeting is for?
No.
No. Okay.
We're taking the place of the CAC today. Yeah.
The chair disagrees. You know, first of all, in terms of the referral to the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and perhaps I did not make myself clear, but I left it with the chair of the Compliance and Amendments Committee as to whether the Compliance and Amendments Committee would want to hear this. I believe I stated as much as in an email, and the fact that that was not picked up, perhaps I didn't state it clearly or emphatically enough. However, the task force is empowered to act without recommendation from a committee, and I strongly feel that we should do that today. The reason that it's before us today, it would have come before us today regardless of whether it went before the Compliance and Amendments Committee. And I believe that it's very clear what the mayor's office has done or not done. I believe it's I think that to delay action on this now might be too long a delay for the complainant. Member Wolf.
Whatever your pleasure is, I'll be happy to second it.
Member Chan.
Then I would like to make a motion on violation of, or referral to the Board of Supervisors and Ethics Commission.
Second.
Moved and seconded to refer to Ethics and the Board of Supervisors.
And this would be, just for clarification, for willful failure to comply with the order of termination and willful failure to appear at hearings. Would that be correct?
At this time, the chair will invite since the respondent is not here, the chair will invite the complainant to present any concluding remarks if she wishes to make them. If you do, you have 3 minutes.
Just for the record, I don't have any additional remarks to make.
Okay, and just to make it clear, Your records request has not met compliance, is that correct?
We have not received this February 4th records request.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
There is a motion on the floor and a second. At this time, the chair will invite public comment on this item.
Hi, Kimo Crossman. I would advocate for passing this motion. Again, I want to remind the task force to list responsible parties for the official misconduct. And as Alan Grossman said, which I thought was a good point, is you actually need to say official misconduct has occurred. Otherwise, ethics will play around with whether it was a willful violation or not. So I would recommend that you name people who have actually committed official misconduct in the mayor's office and use the phrase that you found official misconduct to have occurred.
Further public comment?
Peter Warfield. There seems to be a tendency on the part of the task force's orders of determination, lately anyway, to list individuals as the CCs who appear to be the responsible ones. So in this case, for example, the complainant is listed as Supervisor Chris Daly, and Jerry Threet is listed as Deputy City Attorney, but the mayor's office isn't listed at all. It says Michael Yarn, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, respondent. On page 2 of the order of determination from April the 7th, I see on page 39 of your packet, Michael Yarn, respondent, is receiving a copy after the signature of Richard Nee. And I think it's important to be very serious and very clear about accountability in all of these cases. And so I think that any letters or any findings that you have not focus only on, as it were, the agent, but rather on the head of the department. It's the head of the department who has responsibility for the department running properly and correctly. And if that head's agents take action, I think there's every reason to believe that the head of the department knows or ought to know about it, and certainly has the ultimate responsibility at this point. And so I would urge any discussions or any further action to be directed to the mayor or the office of the mayor very clearly, and any specific persons, yes, may also be mentioned as actors in this, and perhaps violators as well, but the ultimate office and the ultimate responsibility should also be very clearly delineated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item?
I think if you're going to refer this to the Ethics Commission, the distinction that I made earlier is really important, because I think in the two cases that went to the Ethics Commission involving the mayor's office, both involved official misconduct findings by this body, and both were dismissed without even mentioning the words official misconduct in the letters from Mr. St. Croix to the task force. And there is a significant and important distinction between official misconduct and what you do. Official misconduct, the finding goes to the Ethics Commission, and it has to deal with it as if it were a full hearing with all the due process rights that an official is entitled to. On the other hand, a referral for failure to comply with an order of determination is an enforcement matter, which could eventually lead to official misconduct, but it doesn't require any further investigation. There's nothing in the ordinance that gives the Ethics Commission the power to reinvestigate, and it's just simply an enforcement matter. And what Mr. St. Croix, and I've looked through 14 files now, has managed to do is to confuse the two different parts of the ordinance and to keep it quiet until my lawsuit forced him to reveal the files. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. The chair would recommend that the motion find both the mayor and Mr. Yarn in violation, if the second will accept.
What the original motion was for willful misconduct. So
Was
that's
for
a little
willful violation.
willful violation.
Willful failure to comply
Willful
with
failure.
order of determination, willful failure to apply at the hearings, and a finding of official misconduct based on those.
So
Violations.
Are you suggesting that we move for official misconduct,
That's in.
Mr. Chair?
That's in there.
That's in there already. Okay.
That's in the motion.
Okay.
But
My question is, in the motion, we name not only the mayor's office, but also the mayor, Gavin Newsom, and
Mr. Yarn.
Mr. Yarn.
Oh,
I have a
Sure.
problem
Michael
with that.
Yarn.
Actually,
Does the second accept that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so the second has accepted that. Member Chan, Member Craven Green, Member Williams.
can we make sure if it's Michael Yarn or not? Can we have a?
I agree.
Ms. Veneracion, could you approach the microphone, please?
Was he involved at all in this?
Is Michael Yarn?
Is Michael Yarn involved at all in this? Is he the person you dealt with?
That was the original addressed responder. His name is Michael Yarney.
Yarney?
Yarne.
Right.
He's within the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. You had a discussion about the director. So the director there is Michael Cohen. And but they're also related to this procedurally. I think the mayor's office refers information disclosure requests to the communication office. So Joe Arellano, Arellano, those are the two main individuals involved in responding to our office.
Okay, so Joe Arellano and
Michael Yarney.
Michael Yarney.
So I'm sorry, just to clarify, the request for disclosure was made to Michael Yarney, and
Directly,
did you receive
yes.
a response from him?
No, the response requesting a 10-day extension or 14-day extension, those responses all came out of the mayor's office of communication.
Right.
So
From Mr. Arellano?
yes.
Thank you. So that's my point, is that there's no evidence that Mr. Yarney failed to comply or did anything illegal here. It's the people who failed to comply are the people who responded. So I would not include him.
Okay. Then
Point of information. So then we're talking about the folks that requested the extension.
Or just replied.
that was Mr. Arellano.
The people who requested extension then failed to provide the information. So I mean, the point of contact who's saying, here you are, we have nothing else.
Okay.
To me, it's really only the mayor at this point. I'm not sure we know all the rest of the people who were involved, so I would just say the mayor's office is what I would be comfortable with.
Mr. Chair, what bothers me is the mayor's office is not a person. So you can't bring...
The mayor, not the mayor's office.
You want, okay. Sure.
Just the mayor?
Well, mayor and
Okay.
I'm concerned
Member
about
Chan,
that.
Member Chan wished to speak.
right, the mayor and the communications, right? That's the one that.
You're suggesting Joe Arellano
Yeah, right. That's the person that
from the
responded.
communications office.
Communications office.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Member Williams?
it's simply calling passing the buck. That's what they do. And it went to the first person, the second person, the last person that they handed it to was the communication person, and he is the one that should have replied. So they are simply passing the buck and ignoring us, and that's just what happens in the mayor's office. So I think the person that is the communication person, the last person that they handed it to that didn't respond, he should be named in the complaint too.
Okay. Member Wolf?
I just want to, and I'll kind of go along the line with what Member Craven Green is talking about. I just want to be very, very clear, very sure that the signature or the memo or the answer that produced the extension was from Mr. Ariano. Is that correct? Ms. Variacion, can you please answer that for me, please?
Yes, the request for extension was from Mr. Ariano. Just a clarification or just another point. When we had the first hearing here, Mr. Yarney was present, and one of the, I think, problems in this case was that Mr. Yarney had stated, I fulfilled my obligation to, this was on our second request, which I can't remember the date now, but I think it's pertinent to this, which he said that I submitted my findings, or because it was a specific request to him regarding his communication with the planning department, the mayor's office of housing on a specific time period. And he had forwarded that, I guess that must be their internal protocol, to the mayor's office of communication. And so in him stating that he submitted that, then he, you can infer then that was the responsibility of the mayor's office of communication to have forwarded that information to us in a timely manner. So I think you have to kind of hold both the person that we sent the response or the complaint to, or the information disclosure request to, Mr. Yarney, as well as the mayor's office of communication accountable in this situation.
Thank you.
It's a little problematic considering that the paperwork we have in front of us names the mayor's office as the respondent, not Mr. Yarney. It sounds like there was a previous case involving Mr. Yarney. No? Is this all part of the same case? Okay, then yes, it's both. Both are complicit. If Mr. Yarney claimed in public testimony that he delivered the documents to the mayor's office of communication and didn't directly deliver them to the supervisor, that's one thing. And
I don't believe that's what she said. I believe she said that he responded with respect to the second request, where there's no doubt that that's been fulfilled with.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think we,
Yes,
just to clarify, she had done one request, and soon after she did a second request. Mr. Yarney responded to the second request in full, but nobody, the first request wasn't specifically sent to Mr. Yarney, but it could have been. But the problem here is that what he was saying was that he responded to the second request in full, complied with that, and the complaint, and the reason why we found a ruling in this is because they never even acknowledged or responded to the first complaint. For the first request.
So this is about the first request, not the second request. Okay.
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
So our named parties in here. The motion currently is to find the mayor and Mr. Yarney. Do we wish to change that to the mayor and Mr. Ariano?
I would agree to that.
Okay, the chair agrees. Mr. Rustum, in the order of determination, it states the mayor's office is instructed to release all the non-exempt records requested by Mr. Daly within 5 business days after receiving this order. So my question Mr. Rustum, is when the order of determination is dated April 7. However, I think we need to know when it actually went out to the mayor's office. Do you have that recollection? When the order of determination actually went to the mayor's office?
It either went out on the 7th or on the 8th.
It would have been on the 7th. In other words, the 5 days has elapsed long ago.
Yes.
The 5 business days
Yes.
elapsed long ago. That's what I wish to ascertain. Thank you very much. Is there further discussion by the task force? Member Washburn.
Yes, I'm wanting to address what Mr. Goldman said about the fate of matters we send to the Ethics Commission. And whereas I think that this is, well, it's absolutely willful failure to disclose and appear and all of that, the official misconduct part gives me pause because if I understand Mr. Goldman correctly, Mr. Grossman, I'm sorry, Mr. Grossman, that when we send a matter to the Ethics Commission alleging official misconduct, then it's up to them. They have to have a hearing about this, and they're loath to do that, so they simply just shut it down. Whereas if we make it a matter of determination that there's been willful failure to comply and all of that, then they must, because we're the body that adjudicated that, they must enforce this. So in this matter, the first matter with the Asian Law Caucus, I think that's pretty clear-cut and official misconduct and so forth. This one is a little less clear to me in that we sort of hastened the process along and we're not clear about who's done what. So these are just things I'm thinking about. So help me out here, Mr. Grossman.
Well, it's not my job to, find the facts for you. But, but I commented to Mr. Crossman that Mr. Arellano doesn't do this on his own. It comes from somebody higher up. And in the mayor's office, as I recall, has almost never appeared before this body officially, because 2 of the cases that involved the mayor's office that went to ethics, there was never an appearance. And I get the sense from what's happening today that that practice has continued. So as long as the mayor can do that, and as long as the Ethics Commission is willing to, in fact, bury that behavior and consider it unimportant in the greater scheme of things, then there's nothing to be done. But when we get to the amendment, I'll have a few choice words to add. But I really think that if you feel that the mayor's office, really run by the mayor, because that's who's the boss, then that's where the buck stops, and that should be the person to be held responsible.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Yeah, my question, and I guess this is for the task force, is language and strategy. How can we, give it our best shot to hold the mayor accountable here? And, I'm pretty pessimistic, but, I'm just thinking we have one very good case with the Asian Law Caucus. This case, I think, is, it's the same thing, but again, not quite as egregious, maybe. Although it would be nice to get, the Board of Supervisors and the mayor really, as if they don't fight enough. But I'm just trying to give us the best shot. So those are my thoughts. I don't have any, like I said, I'm wondering about official misconduct here, even though I believe that that's what's going on.
Member Graven Green.
Just to restate, I believe this is the order that's being proposed, or the motion is a referral to the Ethics Commission and the Board of Supervisors on the basis of willful failure to comply with the order of determination and willful failure to appear at hearings against the mayor and Joe Ariano, and a finding of official misconduct based on the willful failures.
Right.
So it's
clear.
It's all.
Mr. Chair?
Member
I just
Member
wanted-
Wolf.
If I can alleviate any apprehensions that you might have, Member Washburn, I think what we're looking at here is that it's the actions that we're looking at, and I think the actions are the response. What we're responding to is proper. The actions are not understanding who the parties is. I think is a separate issue, but I think what is clear is the actions that were taken are the actions that were taken, and I think they amount to the response that we're offering. I don't think it should be diminished to be anything less. There are more egregious than what this is, but this is pretty egregious. So, in our eyes and in our experience, at least from mine.
Okay, further discussion. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Craven Green.
Aye.
Craven Green, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneba. Caneba, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan.
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Goldman.
Aye.
Goldman, aye. Member Williams. Williams, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 8 ayes.
Thank you. May we have the next item, please?
The next item is the determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Sandra Botherton against the Department of Emergency Management for allegedly failing to produce copies of reports related to several 911 calls.
Members, I move that we find jurisdiction on this item.
Second.
Has jurisdiction been contested?
No.
Okay. Is there discussion by the task force? Is there any public discussion, public comment on the jurisdictional aspect of this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Craven Green.
Aye.
Craven Green, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneba.
Aye.
Caneba, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan. Chan, aye. Member Goldman.
Aye.
Goldman, aye. Member Williams. Williams, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 8 ayes.
Thank you. We are ready now to proceed on the merits of this case per item number 8. Is Ms. Brotherton present? Please approach the microphone. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Brotherton, and I am present here today regarding the custodian of records, Leanne Bybee, who works at the Emergency Management Department for her failure to give me unredacted CAD information. But before I start, I would like to submit documentation that I only became aware of Saturday, April 23rd. Leanne Bybee, who is the custodian of the records, has not received a copy of this. And I would like to proceed today, just continue with disregard to this documentation.
Could you summarize the documentation that this is documentation that you submitted, that you came by on Saturday? Is that correct?
It's on the second page. That was my reply to it. I faxed them.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, thank you.
This is your reply.
On the first page, yes.
Okay, and then the
document is...
It's the letter from Paul Zareski.
Yes.
So, just to clarify, your position is that we should disregard this letter? Is that what you're saying?
Disregard the document that the deputy gave,
Zareski?
or whoever, I don't know who sent it. I think it was the Emergency Management Department may have sent it to your office. I'm not quite sure.
They sent it to us and we have it, and we have it. It's discovered. Here it is. It's the top. It says Annette Goalie at the top with a squiggle. Looks like this, folks. Yeah. With the little squiggle.
Okay. Since this is additional and since the respondent has not had a chance to see it, I'm not sure it would be appropriate for us to introduce this at this time without continuing the matter.
Is it okay if I continue now?
Continue your presentation. Your 5 minutes, the clock's ticking again.
Thank you. All right, so, okay, from October 2009 through January 2010, I wrote Miss Bybee on October 21st, October 31st, November 5th, November 17th, December 1st, December 17th, January 3rd, and my last letter was January 16th, a total of 8 times. I am uncertain to the exact date of her replies due to her failure to provide me with the dates or information pertaining to her letters, but her usual reply was quoting Government Code 6254C and Administrative Code 67.24.D.2, which has no merit to me. On December 17th, I personally went to the department to review a file that would pertain to me. A week later, when I went to the office to review, she wrote me a letter which was vague, and she again quoted the 2 codes. Okay. On January 3rd, I sent Leanne Bybee a letter how the district attorney had filed a complaint on my behalf to the OCC, and then I requested the CAD information. She never replied back to me on that. And my last letter I wrote to her was dated on January 16th, where I stated I withdrew the complaint because it was the wrong jurisdiction, and again requested CAD information. She never replied to me on that. Leanne Bybee's failure to assist me in identifying nature of records, which is a violation of Administrative Code 67.21C. And I would like to mention that all of the CADs implicate me as a subject to a 5150, and every CAD was closed, and there's no evidence to support probable cause for detaining me. I've never been detained for 5150, been diagnosed with any type of illness mentally, and it is my legal right to identify parties responsible for these false 911 calls. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
We're from the Department of Emergency Management, so we're the respondent.
The respondent has not been asked to approach the microphone yet. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, would the respondent's approach, please? Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Dave Eberly from the Department of Emergency Management, Division of Emergency Communications, and I'm the Support Services Manager. And my job is oversight of the Custodian of Records Unit, and I'm here to introduce my colleague Annette Goley, who you find in that email that you should have in front of you. Annette Goley is the supervisor of the Custodian of Records Unit, and she can address any questions that you may have pertaining to the documents you have in front of you. Annette?
Good evening. Our department, we withhold caller information as we determine that a person who is calling 911 for assistance, we are unable to determine whether there's a safety threat or not. We receive almost 1 million calls a year, if not over 1 million calls. And the public records requests that come into that department, it becomes too subjective for us to review each one and determine who may or may not want to receive or should receive caller identification. So we do withhold information of the caller's phone number and name and an address if it's different than what the caller is requesting. We also withhold all CLETS information, which is privileged law enforcement information as well, which could relate to the caller or the subject of the call as well. Did you want to add anything else? Or
Thank you. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Craven Green?
Member Wolf.
Member Wolf, and then Member Craven Green.
For the respondents, please. Ms. Goley, microphone on. Hello? Okay. Ms. Goley? Hey. You mentioned just now that in one condition you find that there's so many calls and that you take things on a subjective basis. Is there any law relating to that, or is that just a matter of inconvenience?
It's not a matter of inconvenience. It's a matter of if we were to do it on a one-on-one basis, it would become subjective. So as a rule, we do it for every call that comes through unless it's under criminal subpoena.
So you treat every call more or less the same?
Absolutely.
Okay. If there is a mistaken identity issue, as I think what is being purported here, how do you handle such matters?
Well, when we receive the call, we just we ask particular standard questions for every call we receive, and based on caller information, that's what the officers respond out to. So whether it's false information, we don't know that at the time of the phone call. That would be up to the officers who respond to the scene to determine.
Okay, and so after the officers have completed their duty and have made a report, if a person who feels that they've been misrepresented contacts you, as in this case, how do you handle that?
This is the first that I've heard of this. We don't get copies of police reports. We are strictly just the 911 CAD report for the city. We are not really associated with the police department in that regard to determine whether it was a false police report or not.
Do you feel that these records are not public records?
I feel they are public records, but I also feel that someone who calls 911 should have a right to their privacy.
So on a one-on-one case basis, if somebody identifies themselves as, having been misrepresented, or there's some problem with a particular call or record, and they requested that information, what's your process for being able to serve the public and getting that information?
This is the first time this has come up, and as a policy, we've continued to produce all of her requested records, and we continue to redact the same information.
And your reason for redacting is based on?
Well, an individual does have a right to privacy as well, but also we don't know if releasing this information would possibly put some undue safety issues to them. We don't have any way of knowing that, so that's why we keep that information, we withhold that information.
How do you think that a person has a right to that information?
Of the caller for them?
Mm-hmm.
No, I believe the caller does have a right to their privacy.
If it involves the caller?
If
the caller contacts you, do you feel that they have a right to that information?
The caller, yes, because they were the ones that gave the information to us.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Member Craven Green?
I would just say that this is, one of those tricky situations because, for example, I believe with respect to information calling in to 911, you can step away from the microphone. I don't actually have any questions for you, but thank you.
Please be seated.
So please proceed. With information that you're calling in to the police or to code enforcement, there are significant risks of retribution or discouragement of people calling if their information is disclosed. Mm-hmm. We've held in the past, with respect to complaints sent to code enforcement, that the information identifying the names or otherwise identifying information of individuals making those complaints could be withheld from release on the basis that the people who are subject of the complaints might be angry and want to seek retribution against the people who reported them in. That's one of our holdings. We've had that holding. Mm-hmm. To me, this would fall in the same area. You don't want to be discouraging people from calling 911 if they see a shooting or if they see whatever it is. Given the lack of information that this department has, this isn't the police department. Mm-hmm. This department is separate, that they would have to be able to analyze whether or not in a particular case it could be okay to release that information. They simply don't have that information. So I think as just a general matter, I agree with the redactions. And with respect to the cleats information, my understanding is that is not disclosable. I've had newspaper clients who've wanted to access that cleats information, and my analysis is that it's okay to withhold it, unfortunately.
Member Knebber?
I have to agree. In this case, I do think there is a reasonable expectation for somebody calling 911 that they will not be, that their information doesn't have to go out there, especially for fear of retribution. And I do think it holds with what we've found so far in other cases. I mean, this is definitely a tricky area. We're definitely tightroping around something here, but I think it warrants. Again, I think what Member Craven Green said is about we don't want to discourage people calling 911, and I can reasonably see someone being discouraged in doing that if they find out that their information is available to people.
Member Williams.
It is a tricky situation because I've had to call 911 and report a neighbor of a serious situation in the back of me. And the next morning, the neighbor knew who it was. Then I found out the next time I make a call on someone, I go to another telephone and call and make it anonymous to report something. And it's the same thing happens, but the person did know who I was that called. They knew the address and everything else because they came around and left a note at my door and a lot of things went down. So I don't know if they got it from the police or 911. So I have just found out if I see anything that's going on to report it and just go to another telephone and say this is an anonymous call and such a thing has happened. You need to get out there. So it is a tricky situation.
Okay. At this time, the respondent and then the complainant will each have 3 minutes to make any concluding or rebutting remarks. Would the respondent care to say anything further?
Thank you. I would just direct your attention to the letter that was submitted by Paul Zarefsky from the Deputy City Attorney, who did break down her requests, and we have complied with everything, with the exception of item 4. And quite honestly, we have that here today to present to her so that we are in compliance with all of her requests. And I really have no other closing comments other than to entertain any other questions from the members for clarification on what it is we do and what we have access to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please be seated. Does the respondent wish to make any further remarks? I'm sorry, the complainant. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. All I can say is the call was for absolutely no reason whatsoever. And I know who called. It was, my sister, who I reside with. But it's just the fact that, there was no absolutely, it was in grounds to just harass me and put me at maybe get taken away. No one really knows the extent of, what her purpose was, I guess, to get me removed out of my residence that we both live together. So it's a tricky thing, I know, about 911 calls and things, but this is sort of a different situation. It's out of the ordinary to me also. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move that we find no violation.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded to find no violation. At this time, we will invite public comment.
Kimo Crossman, who has heard a 911 recording on the radio? Who has heard a 911 recording in the news? That stuff is totally disclosable. And as Marjorie Williams said, if you want it private, call from a payphone or say, I don't want to give out my information when you record it. This is disclosable information. This CAD group is not a police agency. I think they're under emergency management, is my understanding. So they can invoke the investigative privilege of 6254F. That's only relevant, as we know from previous disputes, only relevant for penal agencies. So who heard the calls of when the plane landed in the Hudson River? People calling in 911 there. This information is totally disclosable, and if someone doesn't want to give it, they can go use when you call 911, it doesn't have a recording that says the information you provide is confidential, we won't provide it. It doesn't say that. You just call it, and if you want to give your information, you can. If you don't, then that's fine. So this information is completely disclosable, and I think the excuses that we've heard, they say, well, we don't give out the information because it'd be too hard to figure out, and then they tell us this is the first time they've ever gotten this request. So if it's so hard to analyze this and figure it out, yet they've never got this request before, that doesn't compute. So now if there was an active, and I'm a little concerned about these whole allegations about, well, there might be harassment. Remember, those are the arguments that you guys already found were not valid when the clerk of the board said, well, we're not going to give out an email address because that could be, someone could use it to harass somebody or something like that. You already found that wasn't legit, that people want to protect their privacy, they can pursue it in lots of different ways. Now, if it was a very limited thing where it was a whistleblower matter or had to do directly with harassment, then maybe in a narrow scenario that would be irrelevant here. The other thing I wanted to point out is that I've recently been researching the whistleblower ordinance and what the term retaliation means, and that's only relevant to, at least in the San Francisco ordinance I looked at, ordinance and charter I looked at, only relevant to city employees. When you have the term whistleblower and the term retaliation, it's only related to city employment and city officials. It's not related to third parties. So if I'm an outside individual, like just a citizen walking down the street, I'm not called a whistleblower if I call in action. I'm called a watchdog. It's a completely different area, and there's not even a provision for retaliation in there, because retaliation is only about getting, harassed in your city employment.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Yes, Peter Warfield. The concerns that are expressed by the body members, certain members from time to time about the potential risks of having information disclosed make me very uncomfortable. The law is quite clear with very specific sections and very specific types of things. I can't cite chapter and verse. I think the previous speaker certainly said some things, but for example, ongoing police investigations, law enforcement and judges, home addresses. There's a whole range of things in section 67, whatever, 50-something, and it goes on for pages and pages about what's exempt and specifies with great detail the kinds of things that are. Some of them are quite entertaining, and perhaps some of them are things you would want to read when you're trying to go to sleep. But for you to kind of create the law, I think is very inappropriate, even if there is some legitimacy to it. And the speculations that I would say sometimes go right into the edge of and into paranoia are simply not founded in law. Millions of people have their name and address and phone number in a phone book. I've wondered, how come nobody just dialed a wrong number from some other country and called me up in the middle of the night? It just doesn't happen very much. The real harassment on my phone and in my mailbox come from commercial people who are trying to sell me stuff and bother me all the time. The potential possibilities, it makes me think, why not forbid the posting of a room number? Because your room number means that if anybody's mad with you about a decision that you've had any time in the past, they might come in here with a gun and shoot you. Well, we have ways of dealing with that in our society. We have a civil society, presumably a decent society, a just one. There are laws and there's enforcement. We shouldn't give the room number of the mayor because maybe somebody might come and want to do something bad to him. We shouldn't allow a picture of City Hall showing where the mayor's balcony is because maybe somebody wants to, fly something in there. You can make up all kinds of speculative matters and basically have everybody hiding behind masks and nobody giving any information out about anything anytime, but that's not how our society works. Sometimes it used to be called an open society, but we have ways of dealing with that. If there's harassment coming, there are laws to deal with it, there are court orders to deal with it, there's a whole range of ways to deal with supposed possibilities of people being harassed. And I think it's a very if I may use the old phrase slippery slope, to speculate or concoct potential stories about what might go wrong if certain information gets let out. I think you need to stick very strictly to the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. There is a motion on the floor. Is there further discussion? Member Wolf.
Yeah, just reading through DCA Zarefsky's response. I mean, I find it some of the parts of what he says kind of troubling. I mean, I understand the sections that he's talking about. I do believe a person has a right to confront their accuser. I think that's very important, and obviously those things usually happen in the confines of the theater of a court. But in this case, when there's no violation to have been found, it seems spurious or what have you. If people are receiving, flip it on its head. What if people are receiving crank 911 calls and there's nothing happening and they continue to be harassed? They do, I think they should have a right to know who's making these phony phone calls on them. I think in Mr. Zarefsky's report, he states on page 2, next to last paragraph in the middle, it says, there's no meaningful way for the department to determine which calls might present safety and security concerns for the caller if the caller's identity and contact information is disclosed, and which may not or might not. Further, a case-by-case evaluation of which the subject of the call already knows the caller's identity would be prone to error. I mean, it's like there are mistakes made. He's actually citing that this department makes mistakes all the time. That I don't know. It's really, to me, that the argument for withholding in this particular case, withholding it doesn't seem right. In addition, he says where there's no safety or concern in disclosing a caller's personal information, disclosure may result in callers receiving follow-up calls or other intrusions by the media or other persons. Hey, that's the cost of being a citizen. I get calls all the time, whether or not I'm serving on this board. I get telemarketing calls all the time that I don't ask for. Where did they get that information from? They can get it from a master voter file. They don't tell me that they got it from there, but that's a public document and has every voter's name, address, and it's available for public view in certain instances that are pretty liberal. So I'm not quite convinced of this, especially considering, now I know we're not necessarily supposed to take the subject matter specifically of the case involved. We're not here to kind of maybe re-adjudicate that in a way, but I do find that based upon Mr. Zarefsky's references, redaction under Kletz, I don't feel it really applies. I think what they're redacting there is proper around a person's criminal history or what have you, which may include the complainant. And maybe she wouldn't want that to be exposed, but under Megan's law, it's exposed. So there are cases where that information does get exposed in situations. So I'm not quite convinced that under this situation that that the information should be withheld. Thank you.
Further discussion? Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Craven Green.
Aye.
Craven Green, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneva. Caneva, aye. Member Wolf. Wolf, no. Member Chan.
No.
Chan, no. Member Goldman.
Aye.
Goldman, aye. Member Williams. Williams, no. Member Nee.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, we have 5 ayes and 3 noes.
Motion fails. Motion to find no violation fails. Is there a motion to find violation? There is none. In that case, this matter is concluded with no action. Member Williams? Microphone, please.
There's a motion to find violation. I think
There has been no motion to find violation. A motion to find no violation has just failed 5-3. Is there a motion to find violation?
I believe it was a violation.
Do you wish to make a motion to that effect?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Do you want me to give you the reason why I think it is?
Why don't you make your motion first, see if we have a second.
I find as it is a violation that she should have been given the information so that she either could confront these people through some positive way, because it seems that, I know we're not supposed to go into detail, but when I'm saying, when police comes to you, if you have never been accompanied by the police, it's a horrific situation, and somebody to make appearance that you're mentally ill and things like that, it's a defamation of her character, and I find that a violation. I think she has the right to know who's defaming her.
So what section of the ordinance or the
Okay,
California
I don't have
Public
a book,
Records Act are
and
you
I just
citing
got
here?
all of these things.
Member Williams, what section? 6721?
It's 6721.
Process for gaining access to public. 6721.
Microphone, please.
6721.
Okay. Any other sections?
6724.
Okay. Any other sections?
I think she should have went to the police department. That's why I say 6724.
Okay. Are there any other sections that you believe have been violated?
6727, justification of withholding.
Okay. Is there a second?
No, I'll second it.
Okay, moved and seconded. Is there a discussion by members of the... Let's take public comment first. There is a new motion to take public comment.
Kim Crossman, I am very encouraged to hear that the task force is still considering taking action on this. Again, I mean, if you read the reasons behind their withholding here, they're just rife with speculation. Further, a case-by-case evaluation of whether the subject of the car already knows the caller's identity would be prone to error. It goes, almost every paragraph has one of these horrible reasons we've seen before when we dealt with the metadata matter. There might be a security issue. It could be. That's not the way you're supposed to redact information. You have to do it specifically on the facts of the specific request. And I don't see that that's been done in this withholding share. They have to give specific facts if they're going to invoke balancing tests for the specific withholding. They haven't done that. The reasons they're giving here are completely speculative. A lot of them are completely ridiculous. And again, if you don't want to give out your information when you call 911, first of all, you don't have to call 911. But if you say you call 911, it doesn't say your information. There's no recording that says this information you provide is private and confidential. It doesn't say it. When you call the bank, it does. They say, hey, can we use this information to share it with other departments? But not 911. And there's a reason for that. The reason for that is it's not private. And that's why you hear the recordings on the radio, and there's actually been some talk about changing that. But right now, as of today, it's newsworthy information. There's a strong public interest in knowing this information. And unless there's a very narrow circumstance, and the whistleblower does not apply, retaliation don't apply because it's not regarding city employees and government work, then this needs to be disclosed.
Thank you. Is there further public comment?
Yes. Peter Warfield, thank you to the member and to the chair for entertaining a motion. Section 67 maybe I'll make an introduction. I don't think anybody should be allowed to talk to anybody anytime, nor to send emails or letters because it might frighten or freak them out. I'm making an argument ad absurdum, but again, the claims of the possible potentialities are something that any person with a fertile imagination could use as a reason to forbid almost any contact of any kind or any disclosure of any kind. But the law is explicit. Section 67.26, withholding kept to a minimum. I'll read. It's a short paragraph of about 8 lines, and I don't know that I need to read the whole thing. No record shall be withheld from disclosure in its entirety unless all information contained in it is exempt from disclosure under express provisions of the California Public Records Act or of some other statute. Information that is exempt from disclosure shall be masked, deleted, or otherwise segregated in order that the non-exempt portion of a requested record may be released and keyed by a footnote or other clear reference to the appropriate justification for withholding required by Section 67.27 of this article. This work shall be done personally by the attorney or other staff member conducting the exemption review. Let me just add as an aside, it doesn't say here that the attorney is going to speculate on how maybe, possibly, somehow or another something bad might happen if this information got out. No, it says it's got to follow some very specific rules. And it goes on to say the work of responding to a public records request and preparing documents for disclosure shall be considered part of the regular work duties of any city employee. And no fee shall be charged to the requester to cover the personnel costs of responding to a records request. End of section. That's what I think should guide you, the law. If you think there are serious problems of consequences and so on, then by all means, I would encourage your saying so to the Board of Supervisors, advising that the law be changed and so on and so forth. But that's not what the law says that you can deny based on speculation. It says you have to have very specific documentation of specifically what entitles you or allows you to withhold a particular piece of information. And that's what I think you should follow. Thank you.
Is there further public comment?
If I had known that Paul Zarefsky was the supervisor of records who turned down the request for the records, I would have been up here sooner. This is very typical of what Mr. Zarefsky does, and of course, the department was probably advised by him on what to say in the first place. He cites 4 sections in the CPRA and the Sunshine Ordinance in specific context where privacy is protected. He then makes a great leap of faith and talks about the importance of health and safety and protection of the caller. None of that is embraced in any of the 4 listed exemptions. And those are the only ones, actually, that can prevent the disclosure of those 9/11 calls. And if you look at each of the 4, none of them, I repeat, none applies to a 9/11 call. Personnel, medical, or similar files, that means the individual's file. It doesn't mean somebody on the outside who called in. The constitutional right of privacy, what does that add? Okay? We all know it's the statutes that count. The third one, disclosure of the names of crime witnesses. Again, in the context of a criminal investigation. And then whistleblowers. None of those exemptions apply here. This is a public record. Under this city's Sunshine Ordinance, there has to be a specific exemption identified as applying to the record. And the fact that they used some of these in a kind of in a global sense does not really protect against disclosure. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. The matter is back with the task force. Member Wolf.
I agree with some of the public testimony that was given here with regards to the law that we follow, that we make determinations on. But I also like to refer again to Mr. Zarefsky's response. Again, on page 2 in the second paragraph under A, in the middle, he says, first of all, he discusses what's personal or otherwise private information. I don't see here where, under the law, what personal and private information is that's being revealed, except for the person's name of the person who responded. There's nothing about that person, nothing else about that person is being revealed. It's just the name of the caller, and that's it. And we don't have the redacted record to be able to even see what what is of question here. Second, he also states California Government Code 6254F, and then he takes a snippet of the code and doesn't give the rest of it because, and I have it up here, Mr. Chair, if you give me the indulgence, I'd like to read it because I think it's pertinent.
Please, go ahead.
It says, however, state and local law enforcement agencies shall disclose the names and addresses of persons involved in or witnesses other than confidential informants, the incident, the description of any property involved, the date, the time, and location of the incidents, all diagram statements of parties involved in the incident, the statements of all witnesses other than confidential informants to the victim of an incident, or an authorized representative thereof, an insurance carrier against which a claim has been or might be made, and any person suffering bodily injury or property damage or loss as a result of the incident caused by arson, burglary, fire, explosion, larceny, robbery, carjacking, vandalism, vehicle theft, or a crime as defined in subdivision B of section 13951, unless the disclosure would endanger the safety of a witness or other person involved in the investigation, or unless disclosure would endanger the successful completion of the investigation or a related investigation. However, nothing in this division shall require the disclosure of that portion of those investigative files that reflect the analysis or conclusions of the investigating officer. So what I haven't heard here in this case yet is whether the investigating officer or the department, meaning I guess the police department and not CAD, have identified that the caller would be in danger. And my concern is if CAD has not received any such communications from the police department, there's no reason why not to release that information.
I'd be interested in hearing a response from the respondents on that particular question. Has the police department identified any danger to the caller in this specific instance?
Our only dealings with the incident is the event of when it happens. Once we send the officers out, we don't have communication with them about the incident and any after effects of that. So I have no way of knowing what they determined. That's why we don't give the information, because we don't have that ability to do that. We're not part of the investigative body of their portion of the incident.
Thank you. Member Williams, please be seated.
Ma'am.
Yes.
When you call in 911, someone call in 911, I know from television and everything, you ask the name, this is where are you located, where are you, and they try to keep you on the line or whatever. You don't keep them on the line if it's serious or something. You just call the police and hang up. Don't you wait until the police notify, or don't the police notify you say that we're here at the location? I mean, is that one of your purposes?
That's one of
to
our
stay-
policies,
Yeah,
yes.
to stay
It depends
on
on
that
the
phone
call.
until the police get there.
Yes.
Because I mean, she could have been beaten or murdered. I mean,
Yes, it depends on the
Yeah.
nature of the call. Certain types of calls, we will stay on the line, as well as medical calls are the same thing. We stay on the line until resources arrive.
the nature of the call.
Correct.
So this person didn't tell you the nature of the call.
Yes, but I don't think that's the issue, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I don't think that's the issue. We have certain policies in line, and based on what, like, for instance, if you're calling for a noise complaint, we're not going to keep you on the line. But if you're watching somebody be assaulted, you have a call taker that's talking to you. But in the meantime, you have a dispatcher who's dispatching the officers and ambulance companies. You have two different dispatchers over here. So as we're talking to you, they're already en route. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
I understand
yeah,
that,
so
but still,
we're keeping you on the line because we're asking you questions, and then usually you guys say, "Where are you?" Just I don't want to answer any more questions, but we're relaying the information as everyone is responding to the scene.
But that still should be, I could see not keeping you on the line, but there still should be some feedback from the police and say we are at the location where,
Yes.
I mean, you could make a notation in your booklet. I know you have a notation where you have these calls because if you go to court, that, you know, you have what the conclusion was.
Correct.
I
But
felt-
it's not really a conclusion. It's the end of our call, and the call taker will say, "Police are on scene, disconnecting."
Okay,
And then
police is
the
on the
police
scene.
at that point, they're now doing their investigative portion of that call, whatever that call may be, and their comments will continue until the call is finished.
That's
and
all I
the
wanted.
disposition comes. Mhm.
That's
Thank
all
you.
I wanted to know. Police is on the scene.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank
and then
you.
it
Member-
keeps going.
Member Chan?
Yes, sir.
I got a question. Can you just call the police department and ask, saying, is this an investigation or not?
You know, we receive we receive a lot of subpoenas, and we receive a lot of public records requests. It's not something that we've ever practiced. Honestly, we don't call the police department based on every CAD report because some of the CAD reports don't generate a police report. They're just a call for service.
Okay, but I'm saying that can you just pick up the phone and say, hey, in this date, which officer responded? Is this under investigation or not?
We could, yes, but
Thank you. Please be seated. Member Wolf.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate in a shorter manner that if we are using as a test for this the response from DCA Zarefsky, it must, in every aspect of the law that he presents in here, there must have been a crime, and I'm reading almost all the codes that he cited in here, and it speaks to information shall be disclosed if there was no crime.
6254C.
6254C.
And 6254 and 6254K.
Well, 6254C says personal, medical, or similar files,
Right.
the disclosure of which would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy.
Right.
Describe the personal privacy here.
Basically, it's contextual. All of these are contextual. If you look at the context of what the disclosure is in that case, and here, the invasion of personal privacy is the disclosure of your name, of your identity. You can disagree with me, but that's what it is. But you can
Well,
disagree.
I'd like to see it. I'd like to see what the legal definition of personal privacy is. My understanding is that it's what's behind the person, not necessarily the person's their identity themselves is not necessarily personal privacy.
But you do the analysis, and you're looking at what the information is that's requested. So, for example, if you asked a request for medical records of individuals because you want to do a statistical survey, linking that background information to the name is, in fact, that's what causes the injury. So there is a connection. It depends on the context of each record.
I understand that. Through the chair, my concern is that in many other sections of the law that Mr. Zarefsky is citing, it's very specific as to the release of this information or the disclosure of this information if there is no crime. And
I agree those are an opposite.
right, so and since 911 CAD office did not receive any information from the police department instructing them not to release this information, I don't see where there is any harm at this point. I'm just going by what the law is saying and what Mr. Zarefsky is presenting and not presenting in full.
Okay. There's been a request to call the question. Is there any objection to calling the question? Seeing none.
Mr. Chair, I would, now that we have a DCA sitting here before us, I would like to ask his opinion of this particular issue and of the points that I make.
Mr. Bass?
Well, just briefly, it seems to me that what we're talking about here is a policy on behalf of this particular agency, not a call they made in this particular case. And I think we're also talking about the weighing and balancing the public policy to encourage candor and using 911 services at every opportunity with currently in place is a policy that protects that privacy. If this body were to change that policy in this particular case, it would open up, I think, the floodgates to concerns by the public to be more reticent to use 911, which I think is a public policy we have encouraged. So I think that this body should proceed very carefully before upsetting that apple cart. The other thing I see is that I don't think at this point we need to get to whether there was a crime or not. There's simply before us an allegation of some sort of behavior that fell under the auspices of 5150, which has to do with danger to self or others pursuant to mental health issues. So I don't think a crime necessarily has to be the condition precedent for triggering this particular complaint. And so I will leave you with those comments for now.
Thank you.
I don't want to reach or analyze Mr. Zarefsky's analysis here because I haven't independently researched it, so I don't want to get into it at that point. But just from what I've heard today, I think that this body should be very concerned about changing that public policy.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor to find violation of Section 67.21, 67.24, and 67.27. The statement that the complainant should have received the requested information. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Craven Green.
No.
Craven Green, no. Member Washburn.
No.
Washburn, no. Member Caneva.
No.
Caneva, no. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan.
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Goldman.
No.
Goldman, no. Member Williams. Williams, aye. Member Nee.
No.
Member Nee, no. Mr. Chair, we have 3 noes and 5 ayes.
What?
You
want to flip that around?
3 ayes and 5 noes, sorry.
Is there any other motion to be presented in this matter? Seeing none, this matter concludes. Before we proceed any further, the chair will declare a 5-minute recess.
Chris, I think I'm going to take over.
Okay.
Are you going to get to those today? Eventually?
Tomorrow. Tomorrow, yes. Okay.
5 minutes is enough time.
Enjoy.
Mr. Rustum, one of my hearing aids went out. Do you have access to those? Where are you going? The meeting is only half done.
I've submitted my advice. They have it.
They've got the biggest issue coming up. Are you part of the 180 hours? There's only 7.
I know, but I mean, if they come up with the last one, who's can say,
Yeah.
So you only
Should tell me.
gonna stay.
he already said he was
I think it might be Mr. Freezer. For all I know. Yeah, Jerry.
So you just,
I'm just filling in. And I provide the memos for the other two.
Do you leave other meetings? You guys?
I guess so.
Do you leave other meetings in the middle of them on this?
I don't have any meetings. I'm just going.
I see.
it's just a hard time, man.
Don't you have a client?
Yes.
And you would walk out on a client?
I'm not walking on it.
Yes, you are. The ordinance is clear. You're the legal advisor to this.
I've submitted.
But you
What's going to happen?
Did you know that this last issue that is going to ask you if you were going to be involved?
Many times these bodies.
Oops.
Some of us have to.
So, maybe mean these bodies.
If this particular body, have any questions?
Of course they can. But don't you understand the ordinance itself says you're the legal advisor.
Right.
And it says you are the sole advisor, okay?
Good to
So
see you
if
back,
you're not
Bruce.
here,
Likewise, Marjorie.
you're not advising.
Yeah, but it doesn't say I have to advise in real time.
It doesn't?
No, it's not.
Say now.
Then if you don't have to be here.
If they don't
why
have
do you
to
come?
look.
Because I wanted to, they invited me to attend.
You have an hour's limitation.
What? I'm, you know, I'm not going to address your questions unless I want to put them in the official.
Yeah.
That's strange.
Yeah, I'm not.
Stick it down.
That's no problem. Just walk out of the meeting.
You don't know what's gonna happen. Oh, you still here? I thought we was through. Still waiting. Oh, the same. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen you. Yeah, they just take Oh, come and speak. Yeah. Well, you get time to come. You know time to come. This is 1 hour before they get okay. They didn't see to me. Yeah. Okay. So, Bruce, what made you decide to come? Hi, Dan. Hi, good to see you again.
Part of it was, that I wanted to see the evidence. That I was going to do that.
No.
So Joe was. He wouldn't be able to.
Well, Doug, I hope to see you. Maybe at the meeting this morning.
It's getting too. I mean, I'm just, maybe I'm just too much for other people. You know, they come here for sunshine and they don't. I just.
On this last case, I felt
It was, yeah, to debate it and talk. Well, I didn't get
It's perceptibly short, right?
Delivered to room 400? Room 408?
Yeah, for pizza.
I would if we could, but we're not supposed to eat it.
We're not supposed to eat here anymore. Six. Yes. And I was great up until about 5. And then starting at 5, I got really crotchety. My patience plummeted. I hit the wall. And right now it's all I can do to keep my mouth shut. Yeah, I'm like,
Let me ask you that.
I can't believe some of this stuff.
I know. There's something up across the street. I'm going to leave that. Oh, that works in my neighborhood. There's beating up
Well, we got to get it wrapped up so we can get it to pass.
I better
It's
go.
taking forever. Because people argue over bullshit.
You will. He's great. He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
We should get another person for complaint because, Member Johnson's got, not Member Johnson, Doyle. He's got health issues and he's, so.
He's probably not going to re-up for the task force.
So as it stands, we've got, 2 of us now, which is quorum. But he says he can't make it August 10th, so we'll lose quorum then. So maybe we should get somebody else on there.
Bruce, are you on any committees these days?
Got a complaint committee?
Complaint, and Doyle is also on CNA. Doyle is also on CNA.
My friend,
Do complaint.
All right, do complaint.
It's early though, it's like 3:30. Second Tuesday.
I sent
Right
him.
before CNA.
He's like,
See that?
typed my password into the username box while my laptop was being projected to an audience of 100. It's like, good thing I was at the NSA. You don't have to worry about any of the national security agencies.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
I'm like, what do you do at the NSA?
I'll put out
Yeah.
Open
Put out
source.
a-
I'll put out a call for volunteers.
Okay, great.
Open source. He's an open source computer leader. It's really like nice and terribly independently wealthy friends of mine. It's all techie, If only we had been able to
Yeah.
do all of that.
Well, maybe we get somebody else to do it.
Well, if push comes to shove, I'll try to
Too bad we can't appear by telephone. Telecommute to the complaint
Yeah, I had this
committee.
friend that found me on
Don't
Facebook.
start that.
Facebook. I'll
Somebody
find it.
tried
I just
that
had this
already.
friend
Did they really?
that, I have.
Oh, that's right.
Ellie
Ellie
was
here
here.
because she was sick. She wanted to appear by phone.
Like who I hung out with.
I had a beef
constantly,
against an employer. I was in front of the Division of Labor Standards Enforcement at the state, and this company was in Texas. And the day of the hearing, they called in. They said, "Oh, we're appearing by telephone." And the guy said, "No, you're not." I said, "I don't know what the fuck they do in Texas, but we don't do that in California." So you like.
That is so funny.
Yeah, but we talk about chutzpah.
Yeah, now we're
Oh.
on Facebook
Oh,
together.
we're appearing by telephone. It's like,
We talked one Sunday afternoon for 2 hours.
Right.
It's so nice.
That's
I
pretty
found a bunch of
funny.
people.
was.
Or a bunch of people found me. Actually, I haven't been very.
Yeah, he had to duck out at 6:30. That's why I moved my car at 6:15.
Like my first boyfriend,
I got to coordinate.
13 years old.
Well, no, I was in the garage because you can't park out here.
Thought about you since
But
1985.
at 7 you can, so I go a little after 6 and, yeah. I learned that from Member Comstock.
I'm sorry, what was that?
My
How does that work
when they
again?
went
You park in the parking garage because you can't park out here on the street,
Right.
right?
Well, that was just
And
like
then
my mother took my Facebook
about
status and saw that I
6:15, you go out and
had
get your car out of the
connected
parking
with
lot.
this
Out of the parking garage, you put it out
Park
here on
up
the
front,
street.
right.
Yeah, because they quit enforcing the 7.
Right.
So, half hour.
Good. Yes. That's
Doug
pretty
taught
good.
me that. 'Cause he, right in the middle of our hearings and whatnot, he used to just have to leave. I'm like,
One thing
"Where
I
are
found
those
out
people?"
about
Well,
some of my friends.
save a couple bucks, that's where. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Well,
I
it cost
like
me
that.
$12 as it was.
Oh,
What if
wow.
I left it there till
So
10 at
ridiculous.
night?
Yeah.
They think I'm going over to the dark side,
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, a couple of my friends are like,
What's it going to cost you? It's $20.
Chris? Chris?
You know, in this climate, it would be very difficult to bring that up.
We are back in session. Mr. Clerk, could you read the next item, please?
Item number 9, which is the determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Juan Leander against the Department of Public Health for allegedly withholding information.
Members, I move that we find jurisdiction on this item.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Is there public discussion on the jurisdiction of this item? Seeing none, public discussion is closed. Is there discussion by the task force? Okay.
There does seem to be some issue about whether or not it's a 12L issue, the information being requested, but it does look like the request was made to the department, so I'll find jurisdiction for the purposes of discussing.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Craven Green.
Aye.
Craven Green, aye. Member Washburn. Aye. Washburn, aye. Member Knebber.
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf. Wolf, aye. Member Goldman.
Aye.
Goldman, aye. Member Williams. Williams, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Okay. This moves us to the merits of the case. Is the complainant present? Is the respondent present?
The respondent indicated that they would not be here.
Okay. Without objection, this matter is continued to our next meeting.
I don't see a need to continue it.
And bring it back up.
I think we could proceed with what we have before us.
Well, okay, there is consensus to proceed on this case. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Craven Green.
It seems to me that, according to the complaint, that he was asking for SFDPH information on data on ethnic minorities, which are being served by swords to plowshares. The response from the department is, we don't have that. We don't ask them for it. They don't provide it to us. We don't have it. Go and ask them yourself. If there might be a chance that they would disclose it to you. They're probably not required to under 12L, but they might choose to. So, to me, it seems like the department's in compliance. There hasn't been no violation. Simply, if they don't have the information, they don't have it.
Okay, Member Knebber.
I would agree. From my reading, I would say that the department actually even went farther than that and helped them to ask Swords Plowshare for the information. And Swords Plowshare actually said that they don't keep those things. So I would say that they've done what they were supposed to. The department did what they were supposed to do on the Sunshine, and I would also vote for
Member Wolf.
The only question I would have, which obviously probably couldn't be answered here, is whether Swords Plowshares receive city funds. And if they do, then they're be subject to Sunshine.
They do, but they're only subject to 12L.
12L, right.
But I would also, but still, that would actually be a separate complaint anyways, because this is with the Department of Public Health, and if they filed it with Swords Plowshare, and now on the 12L, that would be a separate complaint.
Right.
So for this complaint, for its merits, I would say
Right.
I would find no violation.
Agreed.
Okay. Since there is neither of the parties in interest is present, we will now take public comment on this matter.
Peter Warfield, I haven't heard the usual discussion about whether there has been any contact from the complainant or the respondent, and whether there has been an attempt to reach either of them. And the reason I'm asking that is if there hasn't been any particular effort or any word from them, then it seems to me the first thing is you might want to consider what the parties would like to do. But I do think that this body is supposed to help complainants, and I think it would be reasonable to allow the complainants an opportunity, as the chair suggested, to make an appearance on their own behalf. Second, it seems to me very peculiar that we have had discussion on other matters about violations by departments who do not show up for a hearing. So right off, there seems to me the potential for a violation in a department that isn't appearing at a hearing, even as was previously said in another matter. They may be able to quite reasonably justify their position, and you may find that they are not in violation. So right off the bat, I find it troubling to just go ahead without the complainant and in the absence of the department. So I would certainly suggest that I'm not familiar with the case, but I think that without having any further information, that it wouldn't hurt that rather than finding the complainant in the wrong, that you at least give the complainant a chance to show up and the department a chance to show up as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment?
Kimo Crossman. I've seen a number of times when I thought I understood a case until I heard the testimony. Oftentimes, the people presenting, the people who filed the complaint, don't explain their case nearly as well as they do when they attend here and you ask probing questions. So I would recommend you table it and see if they reappear. As you may recall earlier this meeting, an individual made a similar kind of request to re-agendize a matter.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. Member Craven Green and then Member Williams.
I would just say that, where you have a situation where it's unclear what the complainant wants or it's unclear what the department's response is and someone's not here, then I'm definitely in favor of continuing those matters. Here I don't see that ambiguity in the documents. If, however, we are mistaken and there is some document that is in the possession of the Department of Public Health that hasn't been produced, that is subject of the complaint, which it doesn't look like there is, Mr. Deanna can certainly ask us to rehear it.
Member Williams.
Chris, did
Microphone,
you get in touch
please.
with the parties concerning this?
Through the chair, yes, I did.
And they said that they wouldn't be here. What was their answer?
Through the chair, there wasn't any response from both parties.
From neither one. Yes. Okay, I'm with Member Craven. I think we should continue this. Let them refile because there is some information. Knowing have worked with swords and plowshares, there is some information out there. So maybe he didn't answer right. And at page 63, it says, on a final note, I wish to remind you that you do not need a form to make a public records request, therefore inviting drop in at office. As a member of the public, you can simply put your request in writing. Then it says it also creates a paper trail, assuming appropriate and timely responses. There is something out there with the Public Health Department and Source and Plowshare, but I don't think he put it in writing. So, right. And neither one of them appearing, so we should continue it, dismiss it or whatever. Continue it.
Member Wolf?
Yeah, I don't remember a time where we've kind of taken on a case with both parties not being here. I could see at some point or another we've taken a case with one party here and not the other, but not both. And I don't think a correspondence counts as as a presence to our body, or else we would have every case, every department would send a written response. So I'm in favor of continuing this. I would move to continue.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion to continue.
Mr. Chair, I would just say, I'm just willing to do this in the spirit of sunshine.
Okay. Is there public discussion on the motion to continue?
Came across him. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on the motion to continue?
Peter Warfield, likewise.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on the motion to continue? Seeing none, public comment on the motion to continue is closed. Roll call, please.
Member Craven Green.
Aye.
Craven Green, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneva. Caneva, aye. Member Wolf. Wolf, aye. Member Goldman.
Yes.
Goldman, aye. Member Williams.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Thank you. Okay, so the matter is continued to May 25th. Mr. Clerk, could you read the next item, please?
The next item is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Ellen Sang against the Planning Department for allegedly not responding to her immediate disclosure request and alleged failure to produce a public document.
Members, just like clockwork, I move that we find jurisdiction on this item.
Moved and seconded. Has jurisdiction been contested? Okay. Public is there any public comment on jurisdiction of this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Is there any comment by the task force on jurisdiction? Member Washburn.
I want to disclose that I'm a near neighbor of the complainant, but I don't think that'll affect me in any way.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Craven Green.
Aye.
Craven Green, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneva.
Aye.
Caneva, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Goldman.
Affirmative.
Goldman, aye. Sorry. Member Williams. Williams, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Okay, that takes us to the merits. Is the complainant present? Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Sang. Mr. Agnes Lau of the Planning Department sent an email to Building Department on February the 12th, 10, by stating that, I quote, "We have received a few complaints for violation of the building code," unquote. The item 5 in her email was in reference to a storage shed at 769 North Point backyard. And she stated that the variance was denied by Planning Department and the shed must be reduced in size. Being the trustee of the also trusted owner of the 769, I'm obligated to find out why this shed become an issue of the complaint. On March 24, 2010, I make a Sunshine immediate disclosure request to Ms. Lau by asking her that, I quote, "Please email me the documents records relating to the complaint as number 5, the day of the complaint, where the complaint was originated, description of the complaint, etc., unquote. She and the Planning Department failed to respond. On March 29, 2010, I filed Sunshine complaint. On April 19, 2010, Ms. Linda Avery of Planning Department sent her email to Sunshine, and her subject was, quote, "Regarding Sunshine complaint received number 10012, Ellen Sang against the Planning Department by informing Mr. Rostam that on May 1st, 2001, Mr. Jonas will be the custodian of records for Planning Department, and until May 1st, Mr. Brian Williams Smith has been the custodian of records for Planning Department while she continues to oversee. She attached my Sunshine complaint and my supporting document and Sunshine complaint procedure to her email, but she did not respond to my Sunshine complaint, nor did she provide any documents. April 21st, 2010 was the cutoff day to submit any documents. Planning Department did not submit anything. On April the 23rd, which is Friday, one business day prior to today's hearing, Planning Department submitted a few documents. These documents are referred to the year between 2000 and 2002, which are not related to my Sunshine request on March 24, 2010. Furthermore, Planning Department knows that this metal shed was in compliance of the code since March 4, 2004. Chief Building Inspector Dan Lowry, handwritten report concluded, I quote, March 4, 2004, storage shed in 100 square foot or less. No permit required for storage shed 100 square foot or less, unquote. He cited his report. The size of the metal shed has not been changed since March 4, 2004, which is the day the shed in code compliance. And then yesterday, planning emailed some email to me and to Sunshine. And just before the hearing, they said they are not coming. I did not even get the email until I come, and Mr. Rossen told me there's some email for the Sunshine. You can have a copy of it. I believe the Planning Department used their position and governmental power to refuse to comply with the Sunshine Law and to retaliate, among other illegitimate purposes, to send an email to Building Department against a code compliance shed. I did support some Sunshine complaints against Planning Department in the past, which result in order of determination against the Planning Department. However, this issue before you is the Planning Department comply with my Sunshine immediate request. The answer is no. First, they did not respond to my Sunshine immediate disclosure request. Number two, did not submit their response within 5 business days as required. Planning Department did not provide the date of the complaint, whether the complaint was originated, and description of the complaint, etc., state clearly in my Sunshine request. Planning Department is in violation of the Sunshine Law, and then I ask you to order them to comply with the law. They cannot just one day before the hearing, throw out all those emails, and then I don't know if you read each of them. I have not had a chance to digest everything. And they have been pressed this way, and in the past. They don't respond anything until they come to you, and sometimes they don't show up. If they show up, they say, oh, here it is. You don't have a chance to study them or review them. And now today, they don't even show up. Or I think the email, they says, oh, we are not coming to this hearing. But they don't give reasons. I take the time off from work to come, and same as I believe your time is valuable too. And this is also a Sunshine violation. I hope that you enforce the Sunshine Ordinance law. Thank you very much.
Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? I'm sorry, in support of the complainant.
Good afternoon, members. Anonymous tenants here. I just wanted to point out that we had a couple cases before you regarding requested documents from Planning Department, and you issued orders of determination against them. Also, we had a couple of cases against Planning for other hearings at the other commissions where Planning was involved, and it is our experience. It appears that Planning's MO is not to supply the requested documents, but rather supply documents and or information which confuse the issues, which is what they are doing here at this hearing. Planning did not supply the requested records. When planning is ordered to provide the documents is normally when they will comply. At least they did in the past. As far as the emails we received today, it's not Mr. Reston's fault. It's planning. They just sent it over really late just to mess us up. So I ask you to ask planning to order planning to provide the requested public records. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Seeing none, is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Craven Green.
I think it's pretty clear that we have a violation of 6721 and 6725 for failure to respond to an immediate disclosure request and failure to produce the requested records within the required time. I would move for a finding of violation on those grounds and direct the department to produce any additional documents. I guess there's some dispute as to whether they've produced all the documents. It looks to me like they have, but maybe there's additional ones out there. But require them to produce any additional documents within 5 days of the order of termination.
I'll second that.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion within the task force? I do have a question for the complainant. Ms. Chang, could you approach the microphone, please?
Yes.
Okay, you were sent some documents on April 23rd. Is there any additional information that you requested that has not been provided?
As now, I don't know what the date the complaint was issued. They provided date February 12th. That's the date the planning department sent an email to building department. This is not the same as asking where the date the complaint was made. This complaint was made by somebody.
So you are asked. So the information that you were sent does not satisfy your request. Is that correct?
Yes, and also where the complaint was generated and description of the complaint. When complaints made to the city agency, this is some records. I don't think people just remember in the mind. I say, yeah, you understand? Or somebody.
And what was not provided to you specifically was information on a complaint filed February 12th. Is that correct?
February 12th was the day they sent the email to building department. I'm asking what the date prior to this day. Somebody make a complaint. February 12th was the day the planning department sent an email to building department and says, "Hey, we received the complaint for building violations." But
so the issue is you received documents regarding the complaint, but what you haven't received is a response to request for information as to the date the complaint was filed, a description of the complaint.
Yeah, and how to generate it. They still
and how it was generated. So
yeah.
she's asking for them to respond with oral information, not necessarily documents.
Okay.
Well, I think that I'm sorry. Can I speak? Can I speak?
Please go ahead.
Okay. When you make a complaint to the city agency, this is a record. You cannot say that somebody memorized that. Somebody one day they call and, I remember what they say. It's somebody take the call or somebody make a call in writing. Either way, it has records. It's not something, when I ask them become verbal information. If that's the case, say so. I will make a verbal complaint.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further, okay. Ms. Chang, at this time, if you wish, you have 3 minutes to make any concluding remarks.
Planning have to behave this way. If you support them and say, I don't have to come, that's fine. And I don't have to provide. And then let the sunshine represent us to determine, did I provide, did I not provide? I don't have chance to ask, and you don't have chance to ask the questions. I believe that they owe the public at least come up and then cannot just say that we are not able to come. 4 people involved, planning regarding this issue. None of them come, and no reason. Why we pay them the money for violating the law? I hope that you see that way, as I see it this way. And today they don't come at all. And yeah, I think the public will request is available and should be produced.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we will take public comment on this item. There has been a motion. The motion is to find violation of section 67.21 and 67.25.
Keel Crossman, I would also add the 6721E, is it? The one about attending meetings, if that hasn't been added to it already. I just want to compliment the anonymous tenants party. They've really learned a lot about sunshine, and they're doing a great job. Unfortunately, teaching the planning and DBI departments how sunshine works or should work, and great work. So hopefully they'll get the records they need.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item?
Yes, Peter Warfield, I certainly agree with finding a violation. I think it's fairly clear what has been requested, and that is on page 80 of your agenda packet. It says to Department of Building Inspection Division, we have received a few complaints for violations of the building code, and we would like to refer to you for investigation and appropriate actions. Complaints of violations are as follows. And there's an arrow where I started to read, and item 5 is the item that I believe it's clear was requested. There's also a requirement which I'm not finding right away in the Sunshine Ordinance, but which I remember, and I somehow remember it as being somewhere in 67.21, that requires a response from the holder of the record when they receive a complaint. And I certainly think that that's something this body should look into as to whether the planning department responded within, and I believe it's 5 days. And I'm sorry if I'm not citing you. Colleague says it's rules, but I think that when you have a complaint sent to a department that you have forwarded from the complainant, certainly your internal rules say that they have to respond within 5 days. And I certainly think that that's something that you should stick very firmly to, because that gives you some kind of clue as to the department's cooperativeness and also whether they have any shot at a reasonable justification. I don't see any such response, even the most perfunctory response, in the agenda packet. And I certainly think that the absence of the department should also be a separate but distinct and explicit violation, because these absences subvert your process of finding justice, subvert the ability of the complainant to understand what's happening and why, and to get justice, and flat out subvert and violate the explicit statement of the law in Section 67.21 requiring attendance at any of your hearings. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Member Craven Green.
I would amend the motion to include in further violation of 6721E for failure to attend the task force hearing.
Okay, second agrees?
Betcha.
Second agrees. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Craven Green.
Aye.
Craven Green, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneva. Aye. Caneva, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan. Member Chan excused. Member Goldman.
Aye.
Goldman, aye. Member Williams. Williams, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, would you call Mr. Clerk, would you call the next item, please?
The next item is consideration of proposed amendments to Articles 1 through 4 of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay. Before we proceed, I would like to. I think it is important to note that this is the final meeting for Member Craven Green. So whatever we don't get done tonight will of necessity have to be continued without her presence. This would pose a problem, particularly if we have to have a special meeting next week, because the Board of Supervisors Rules Committee will not have met on an appointment for Member Craven Green's successor. The Rules Committee will meet, I believe, on May 6th, if memory serves me correctly. So, that means that Ms. Craven Green's successor would not be available until after May 6th. We also need to bear in mind that the Board of Supervisors, if we are to get 4 supervisors to sign off on this, must be done by June 15th, I believe, is the deadline. And certainly they would need time to go over what we propose, make any tweaks that they want, and advise the task force on, or advise whoever approaches them from the task force on what will fly politically and what will not. So it behooves us then to get as much done tonight as we possibly can. And then once we have finished tonight, once we have wrapped this up within the task force, we're going to have to take out all the distinctions between single and double underlining, single and double strike-throughs. It will be a package simply with single underlines, single strike-throughs, and whatever is not being changed. That will require a great deal of very careful editing. So with that, I think we are ready to proceed on item number 13, which is consideration of amendments to the task force. I sent out, I don't know if you received my email, I sent out a new version of the summary that I had prepared. And then also this afternoon, Member Craven Green has given to me an additional list of suggestions for more edits, which I will incorporate later on. But you should all have both of those documents.
Mr. Chair?
Member Wall.
Just a point of information and somewhat of a request. I think it's important that once this, and I know this August body's put a lot of time and effort over many, many, many years to put this in there with legal counsel at that time, and I'm not sure how much in this time, at least in my short time in the past 4 meetings. But I think it would be very good if we had some sort of written analysis from our legal counsel to the task force and not rely on moving this forward to the supervisors and having to deal with opinions on their end through their legal counsel. I think it's important for us to maybe, cover all points, T's and I's, to make sure that what we're presenting is in good shape. So I'd like to make that request.
Member Craven Green.
Just along those lines, I just want to reiterate for folks that, and I believe, Bruce, you were on the Compliance and Amendments Committee when this happened, I believe. I'm not 100% sure.
Never been on the committee.
You've never been on the committee?
No.
Well, I apologize. We have asked in the past, when Ernie Lorente was the DCA, for legal analysis of a couple of the more progressive parts of the ordinance, with respect to appointing outside counsel, with respect to fines, for him to undertake that analysis. And he met with his boss, Therese Stewart, who told him that he didn't have the time or the resources to do that. And so he was prohibited from doing that. And I think that's a problem. I agree with you. It would be very helpful if we had our DCA looking this over and giving us, reasoned view, catching things that we may have missed, and helping us craft the strongest ordinance that we can. So I would encourage the chair and the members of the public to use all resources to see that that happens.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we then ready to proceed tonight? Okay. Now, there were 4 items that Member Wolf wanted to revisit. I believe they were within Article 2. And unfortunately, I don't have the list right in front of my eyeballs. I'm trying to find it.
And frankly, I don't either.
Well, give me a minute and I'll find it.
Have you had a chance to look at them, Member Wolf?
I have.
Okay.
But I did not put them in a way that I could.
I think the first one was 67.2.
Right.
The chapter may be called, cited San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance. Bruce Wolf will research whether need to change to law or code.
Was that a document was that in the minutes or?
No, that's in my notes.
In your notes, okay. Great, thank you. 67.2.
And then there was 67.4.
Right.
C.
Yep, I have that note here.
Up to Rick. I think Rick, Member Nee, Chair Nee was interested in perhaps under 67(1) E for adding a sentence regarding Prop 59. That was something you had mentioned in the meeting 2 meetings ago. So those are the 2 suggestions I think that people were looking at for the Article 1. And if we haven't had a chance to do that, let's just move on.
Okay. I will add the sentence at a later date. This is on 67(1)E.
I believe you wanted to. I don't think it's necessary, but if you want to, let's do it. And if not, let's not. Won't be my ball of wax.
Okay.
So yeah, I think the other section that Member Wolf wanted to look at was 67.4C.
Well, 67.2, my suggestion is to change the word ordinance to act.
I don't think. Did you research the issue and confirm that local governments, legislative initiatives of local governments are acts and not just state ordinances? And where did you find that answer?
I didn't necessarily find that answer. There wasn't any necessarily reference that said could or couldn't. So I'm in the absence of any such definition.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really uncomfortable with doing that because not only would we change it there, we would change it in about 5,000 places in the rest of this document. And before we go through that brain damage, I really want an answer.
Would it not be just the change in the rest of the document, wouldn't it just be a find and replace?
It certainly would be a find and replace. But I don't want to see Chris spend 4 hours doing that, not 4 hours. I don't want to see Chris spending that time to do that.
Okay.
Why would you change it anyway?
Because ordinance, the thing about ordinance is the supervisors use ordinance when they make law. And here we're asking the voters. This was a voter initiative. And
It'd be an initiative.
Yeah, but once you pass an initiative,
pass
it's
it.
codified usually as an ordinance
Is it
or a
codified?
law. I don't know. And I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Act to me is state, though. I do know that. I mean, that's my gut reaction.
Right. All right. Well, I'll let's.
I'm not
pass on
against
this
it. I
for
just want it.
I understand. I could try to do a little more diligent. I can make a phone call to like the AG's office or the LAO's office.
The LAO might be good.
And at the Capitol and
Or even
here.
here.
Okay, we could do that here too.
Okay. I found in my notes the 4 sections that I was referring to earlier that Mr. Member Wolf has indicated a desire to revisit. These were sections 67.5, 67.14, 67.15, and 67.18. 67.5, meetings to be open in public, application of Brown Act. Mr.
Go on. Go on.
Okay. Member Wolf?
No, with regards to this, I did not find any further information that I wanted to add at this point.
Okay. So that stays as is. Member Washburn?
I have a note about some wording to the effect that we would say Brown Act or its successor. Is that what we're talking about here?
No, I have notes regarding, and I was doing a review on passive meeting bodies. That was my.
That was where we cite a specific code provision within the Brown Act,
right?
Understanding that code provision could change or could be recodified. Right. So.
Okay, Member Wolf, you also.
Well, there was one before that. It was 67.4C,
okay.
which I happened to skip over as part of my list, so I'm not prepared on that particular one.
So we can revisit that at our next meeting.
If you don't mind. Yeah, it's a short little thing. I can't mindsmith it right now. 14.
Tape recording, or recording, filming, and still photography.
Right. This is page. Yeah. Okay.
126 of the packet.
Okay. So in this, this is for me proved to be quite onerous. I think the language that seems to be most regular, that would be familiar and common for folks to use with regard to the so let's see.
Line 14, right?
Well, we started with line. Yeah, it starts with line. Well, I'm reading from a different version because that's the one. It's section 6714B.
Okay.
Okay. And we're talking about, well, for me, it's line 16.
In ours, it's line 13 and 14. These records shall be kept indefinitely by the city and shall not be erased or destroyed unless the recordings are being transferred into a different format for public access or archival requirements. And that I believe that was what the holdup was.
Right.
Was archival.
And for me, in my research, the word retrieval was most common. Instead of using the word accessibility. So I would strike or accessibility requirements, and it would read and add and retrieval.
Archival and retrieval?
Well, right now, it's for public access or archival requirements.
Yeah, no. I remember when we had this discussion. The problem, the stumbling point was the word archival. That's what we had. That archival.
Actually, it was accessible was the stumbling word for me.
Right. So when we decided public access or archival requirements, that's what we approved at the last meeting. So what are we suggesting now?
No, I was suggesting retrieval. Oh,
public access.
Archival requirements was already in there. I did not ask that. That was already there. It was originally archival or accessibility requirements, and I was concerned about the use of word accessibility for ADA purposes.
That's why we put in public access.
Right. So we're trying to find a different word, and the word I came up with was retrieval, because that speaks to the intent.
What if we say public access, archival, or retrieval requirements?
Well, if the public is accessing it, or if they're getting it out of an archive, aren't they retrieving it in any way? Why do you have to say and retrieval? They are retrieving it.
No, this is saying that they should not be erased or destroyed.
I know that. For
Okay,
these reasons.
right. Right.
Public access. But
Right.
if the access is public, isn't it assumed that retrieval is what's going on?
But
Yeah,
here,
you need to use that word? I don't think so.
I understand what you're saying, but here we're talking about recordings that are being transferred into a different format for archival purposes. It doesn't necessarily automatically imply that they would be retrieved. They could just be there. If they're in a format that in some time in the future doesn't translate into anything, we want to make sure that they're archived and retrievable to some format.
Public
in the
access, archival, or retrieval requirements.
That's
I think
fine.
we can all agree to that.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
Public comment?
Okay.
Are you going to vote on that, or?
Okay, are we ready for public comment? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
So I'm just a little confused at how this is going. You're zipping through sections without getting public comment. And I'm hearing, you said something earlier about incorporating a bunch of changes that Erica gave you at a later point. I don't understand how this process is flowing. So I'd like to have that explained for those of us in the public who are here to comment on this draft. With regards to this particular section, this is the first time you've asked public comment, even though you've gone through about 3 sections already now. My concern on it had to do with the fact that it's requiring permanent storage, but there's no requirement. I mean, as I pointed out before, fire is the most common way of losing information, and that it would be very wise to actually require, 2 copies in different locations, because that way it will actually be permanently saved when the next earthquake hits. So anyway, I'd like to have an understanding of how the public comment is going to run on this, because I'm not getting a sense. I'm getting the sense this is just being jammed through without public input. I'd like to understand the process for this. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Peter Warfield, I would like to echo the previous person's, Kimo Crossman's comments. In the past, we've gone section by section. It's not clear to me how you want to proceed. I also think it's most unfortunate that we're not getting any clarity with respect to, for example, what was decided last time compared with what was decided any other time. It seems as though we keep coming back to the same document here, and the only thing that I did see was what I thought had been previously sent around as the chair's summary, a 7-page summary of changes that are occurring, but it's not clear with any date or with any heading whether or not changes that might have happened last week after I had to leave the meeting might be incorporated, or as of what date, or whether those are the complete changes or just some notes about changes. So to repeat what was previously said and what I've said, certainly in a number of other things, certainly I'd like to know how you're planning to proceed tonight with respect to public comment for those of us who've taken the time and the effort to try and follow this rather arduous and not very well explained course. With respect to accessibility versus retrieval, I think that the solution that the vice chair just came up with, which I think was to use all 3 words, archival or accessibility or retrieval requirements, is useful because I think people understand access. I don't know whether retrieval, is that a trick you teach the dog? Is that something about a computer? What if it's in some other format or medium? And I think that it's useful to have. It's fine to add retrieval. I certainly think that accessibility makes it clear that records have to be accessible and access. People want to access the records. People want to see records. And so, are you going to take comments on any other things, or are you going to go section by section, or how is this going to proceed?
Thank you. Is there further public comment?
Well, I think I made my thoughts clear on the process in the email I sent earlier today. So I'm kind of curious as what you have designed for this meeting in terms of process going forward. Are we going to go section by section, subsection by section, are you going to at least acknowledge some of the comments that some of us have spent a considerable amount of time putting together? Yeah, I think it's important to me because I've made quite an investment personally in this over the last couple of years. And I also feel that there are areas actually of proposed changes that conflict with the California Public Records Act, which would mean a serious problem of their enforceability, and it would be important that you know that before you send that any further rather than later. In any case, I think the process is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Let me respond because the points raised are certainly valid and worth our attention. In terms of what happened last week, I believe, and someone will correct me if I need correcting, I believe we got as far as section 67.24. Now that's my recollection. If somebody...
It's my understanding we got as far as section 67.21.
Okay. 67.21. And then we lost a quorum. This would mean then, Member Craven Green?
I just have a suggestion. My suggestion is that we proceed through the rest of the section, Article 2, that Member Wolf wanted to discuss, and then we take public comment on Article 2, on anything we've missed or anything we haven't discussed. And that way we can hear from that, and then we can move on to Article 3. Finish up Article 3. I think where we make substantive changes, we have public comment. You know, in putting the word retrieval in, I'm not sure this is a substantive change that would require public comment. But if we're talking about something substantive, then we have public comment on that suggestion. Otherwise, we have public comment on the whole article to make sure that we haven't missed something that's important.
Okay. It was my intention to revisit the Article 2 sections that Mr. Wolf had requested, and then proceed to Article 3. And public comment, I think, would be taken along the way. It would be nice to think we could do it per subsection, but that, you know, where there are substantial changes, we will take them by subsection. Otherwise, we'll go by section, and preferably, I think we should continue as we have, where public comment comes after a motion, in order that the members of the public have the right to consider what the motions are. I think it's also important to acknowledge and give careful consideration to the written comments that have been submitted to us by people interested in this, particularly Mr. Grossman, Mr. Crossman, and Mr. Warfield, and and anonymous tenants. All of those have contributed significantly to what we're doing here, and certainly what they have told us, both in writing and orally, merits serious attention. With that, let us proceed. Member Craven Green.
Along the lines of the most recent correction, we're going to need to do the same for 6714D. You'll see a double underline unless the recordings are being transferred into a different format for public access. So that should be public access, archival, or retrieval requirements. You see that, Chris? Without objection, same vote, same house, same call. All right. Thank you.
And where was your other one, 18?
15 was the next one.
I believe 6715 was the next one that Member Wolf wanted to talk about.
6715, I'd like to offer this addition
Subsection.
Would be A. Let me see, where would I want to put this? I guess just before the double underline where it says this provision shall apply, in the case of, or something to this effect, in the case of meetings that are continued on the same subject matter or jurisdiction or agenda items, public comment shall also be continued. There are matters with regards to the Budget Committee and maybe other items that are very lengthy in time where the supervisors will move to continue an item and then disallow public comment at a subsequent meeting because they've taken public comment at the previous meeting.
Okay. Member Craven Green?
First of all, we discussed this in depth at the Compliance Amendments Committee. I'm adamantly opposed to that requirement. As you know from the budget process, there can be full-day meetings that are, in fact, only public comment. And so if you continue to the next day, to have to restart public comment means you have 6 to 10 hours of public comment at every meeting, and you never resolve it. And so I'm really opposed to that. I understand. I wish there could be a way to accommodate it because I think it is problematic when you have a 7-day meeting on the budget and you have public comment one day. I do. But I don't see a practical way of avoiding that. And so I think that we have to leave it as it is. I'm really adamantly opposed to that. With respect to what you suggested, if other people disagree, you can't just say public comment shall be continued because what happens is they close public comment. So you have to say there has to be an opportunity for new public comment. Okay,
right?
I don't agree
That's
with
my
yours.
intent. No, but that's
but I
my
want to
intent.
make sure that
Yeah.
you have it in there. So that's my strong position on that.
I can respond.
Member Wolf?
My concern about not having this in there is I've been in many budget hearings, and something will happen one day. The next day, they'll have full days of public comment. The next day, somebody will come up with a new amendment, okay, and they'll include it, and then they won't allow any further public comment. And they may not have, maybe they've taken some of the ideas that the public had presented to them or requests, but then didn't take it fully, and the public doesn't have a further opportunity to comment on that. And I think to disallow the public in that public process of creating or reformulating a budget, I think is the crux of how the city runs. I think absolutely the public should be given every opportunity, no matter how long meetings go for. These are public servants. They're getting paid a lot of money to do their job, and the public doesn't get paid to do this. They're the ones paying for this. It's their budget, and that's the example I'm going to use to try and get some agreement to this.
Okay.
There'll be a motion, and then there'll be public comment. If you listen to
public comment.
So I would move with your suggestion and correction in the case of meetings that are continued on the same subject matter, jurisdiction, or agenda items, a new public comment section or new public comment. Let's see.
Shall be allowed.
A new opportunity for the members of the public to directly address the body shall be allowed.
If this passes, I think it belongs in a different place, not in A. It belongs in B, but I'll explain that later.
Okay.
Let's take a vote on it. Let's have public comment. We'll take a
Okay.
vote on it. And if it's approved,
Okay. Is there a second? Chair will second. Public comment, please.
So you want public comment on public comment, is that right? First of all, I want to say I think this is an excellent idea. I've raised it as a concern. I know other people have. You've had complaints about it. And I just think there's a lack of imagination here when people say, oh, well, this, I can't imagine how we do it, so let's not do it. I think there's a lot of different ways we could do creatively. One thing is that if people know that they can speak when their item's going to come up, then they're not going to come and talk the first day. You're not going to have a full day of public comment because people will say, well, I'm going to come when my item's going to be heard. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I would say, maybe one thing you could do is you could say if, first of all, this only seems to be an issue that I'm aware of in the city, or at least a common issue, with regards to budget meetings. So you could narrow it to just regarding budget meetings that get adjourned and started up the next day. So you could narrow it to those kind of meetings by the Board of Supervisors. And you could do something like for Board of Supervisors, budget hearing meetings that are adjourned and started up the next day, then there should be at least a 2-hour block of public comment allowed every new day. That's not taking the whole time. It lets people figure out when they want to come and speak about their department, when it's going to be heard. And 2 hours is a reasonable amount of time for, you're not going to get all the opinions about the things that are going to be discussed today. Not everyone that wants to talk will be able to speak, but you'll get a good broad section. And so that's a suggestion I would have. Something like allow a certain amount of time each day for continued budget hearings only for Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Is there further public comment?
I don't see any reason to restrict the public's right to comment. I think that it's an important part of what every policy body does. And the more restrictive it is, or more limiting it is, the less effect it has. So my view would be to take the most liberal, practical approach to allowing public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment?
Public comment on public comment, Section 6715, the motion about it. Certainly, I think that Member Wolf's idea about having public comment again is worthwhile. Unfortunately, Vice Chair Craven's idea about budget hearings, while those are enormously well populated with lots and lots of people, those are really the exception by and large. Most of the time, there are a few folks who have something to say, or in some instances, a particular issue. There's a modest number of folks, half a dozen, maybe 20. But when these meetings are continued, there can be certainly a problem of memory and so on. One of the things that this motion doesn't talk to, but some city attorneys insist, and I think correctly, that every motion should have public comment. What's really problematic is bodies that don't have a motion just take general public comment after a presentation and then go off in some totally different direction and do not then have any public comment on the mass of material that they've discussed. If, for example, I think that you guys ought to have sharper enforcement of the law, and then I sit down and somebody gets the idea that I want to chop off the right hand, and that's a great idea, chop the right hand off of anybody who does anything wrong, I don't get a chance necessarily to come up and say, that's not really what I meant. And that's not the direction I was going in. I'm making a somewhat silly example, but that frequently happens. So many bodies, you might want to say any motion prior to a vote or during discussion has to have public comment. There are vast sections here that are very problematic that haven't been mentioned, including a small word, 2 words, at least. Further down in section C1, I think it should be very clear that members of the public should be allowed to be heard at least once for a minimum of 3 minutes per agenda item. And that's because a lot of bodies seem to take a strict rule, a strict interpretation, and think they've given you a comment once, they're not allowed to take it again. Well, certainly we've seen that work successfully here in a small meeting in a small room where you have only a few folks. Maybe it's a working session. There are other things that have not been mentioned with respect to Section 6715. I think the minimum number of 6 speakers getting a designated speaker is highly problematic and should be in a motion that it really changes that a lot. It seems to me either don't allow any substitutions because democracy says whoever comes gets a chance to talk if they want to, and that's that, or allow one person to designate one and 2 people to allow 2, and so on and so forth. That whole new section, I think, is very problematic, and there are other problems as well that I think need to be dealt with in this section further. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. We do have a motion on the floor. Member Washburn.
I'd like to offer an amendment. Mr. Grossman used the phrase liberal and practical, and that's what I usually aspire to do. And so I'm trying to think of ways to give the members of the public ample amount of time to speak and still move the city's business forward. So I like Mr. Crossman's idea of having at least 2 hours in a continued meeting, maybe specifying budget hearings. I don't know if 2 hours is the right amount of time. I just think there needs to be some limitations probably. So, some being a bit practical here too, not wanting matters to go out of control, even though that would be interesting.
Member Craven Green.
The city of Berkeley, at least they used to, follow a procedure by which what they would do is they would set aside a specific time for public comment, and then they would hand out slots by lottery. Now, I'm not suggesting that we do that. But, perhaps for these continued budget meetings, if the concern is, or meetings that have been continued, is to allow a body to, in the continued portion of the meeting, set a discrete amount of time for public comment and to, do that by lottery. That would be one way of allowing for public comment in the continued meeting without it going another 8 hours. I'm just saying this is a very complex thing. I don't agree with the way the motion's been made. We've thought about this time and time again, and we couldn't come up with anything that worked practically that we agreed to, so we left it as is.
Member Wolf.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I'm not for the gatekeeper role, in that kind of way. I think it's a little. I think the Berkeley ways was a little bit much. When I lived there, it seemed those folks that actually could make very important comment didn't get a ticket, and that was the end of that. And the budget passed, and they had to wait till the following year. And it's tough boogers at that point. And I don't think that that's appropriate. But I'm all for being liberal and practical too. But at the same time, we're going to have another body of people that are going to be looking at this. And I think it's important to try and offer as progressive a document as expansive as as much as we want to have in there as possible, and let them negotiate with us what we will then let them chew us down. If we provide them with exactly what we want, no doubt they're going to reduce it. Because we are being more progressive now, but if we are going to limit our expansiveness or our changes that we feel are going to make it better in our eyes, in our perspective, there's going to be a lot of resistance to that, and we know that. So I would prefer to go the route of being more liberal than being more pragmatic. And let them come back to us with their concerns, because then we're in a position to say, okay, we'll meet you halfway, instead of them chewing us down to nothing or back down to the original.
Member Williams and then Member Washburn.
Yes, I have been looking over this.
Microphone, please.
I've been reading of this at home and missing the special meetings, but I really concur with Bruce. If we aim high than what we're doing right now, we're going to get shot down anyway. So it should be stronger, have more strength in it, because it's got to go through the Board of Supervisors. We got to have 4 board.
Well, it will not go before the full board. We will try to get 4 supervisors to sign off on it.
Just get 4 supervisors to sign off. But whatever 4 supervisors that you get, we need to have it real strong, and especially at the budget. The budget is one of the worst places it is to limit, and people really don't get their say at the budget. And it's just like going for when you get hurt, insurance company, you have to ask for almost $5 million, and they'll give you $50,000. So that's a scenario that you got to aim high, because they're gonna talk us down. So I go along with him, and make it not so. Make it in a verbiage and in language that a layman can understand, and not so technical, with these big words. A lot of people that read these words, even on that board of supervisors, they don't understand some of these words, accomplishment. They don't even know what that means, because I've sat with some of them. I mean, I have to break some words down to them. So make it as simple and as strong in verbiage as it can be. Okay.
Member Washburn?
Well, yeah, I understand the idea of aiming high or asking for more than you know you'll get. I'm just trying to think about the opponents of this and their chess game. So, would it be possible that we have our 4 supervisors who are with us, and as progressive as we are, and they go, okay, we'll sign off on this, and then the opponents would look at, say, this provision and say, this will bring the city to a grinding halt. And so we'll turn these ideas on their head and use it to defeat us. I'm just trying to think several chess moves ahead. Yeah.
Member Wolf?
Yeah, I agree with you on that if I am the person putting my name onto it. And I'm not a supervisor. I would like the supervisors, in their political experience and with their ability to know with their constituency on a regular basis, to offer that. If they ultimately say this one won't fly, then fine. But at least we had the opportunity to introduce it. If we don't provide it, then we don't have that. We lose that opportunity. And this is one of the very few occasions in history where we have an opportunity to amend this ordinance, and in over a decade. So, I would suggest being risky. It's not going to the public yet. It's just going to 4 supervisors. Let them review it and let them see if they feel that to be the case. They're the ones that are going to put money behind it, and they're going to help get it passed. They're not going to let it fall by the wayside. So
Member Williams?
My opinion.
Do we have 3 or 4 supervisors that we have in mind that we think or know might be behind this? Do we have that?
Well, I think that there are probably 4 supervisors, maybe 5, whom we could approach, who I think would be favorably disposed to what we're trying to do.
Okay, especially the ones that's really liberal. I know that they would be favorable to, and half of them going out anyway, to the ones that's term is up.
I know there is at least one supervisor who is
turned out,
who is watching what's going on here, at least through one of her legislative aides. I'm not sure she would be in favor of what we're doing, and there might, if she got hold of this, might try to find some ways to sabotage it. I won't mention any names here, but
I know who you're talking about.
Okay, let's not mention any names. Anyway, we think we know
No, just
which
about.
supervisors would be favorably disposed to what we're trying to accomplish.
Mr. Chair, I would
Member
agree
Wolf.
with Member Craven Green about, inserting this in subsection B. I think it's appropriate there.
Okay, where in subsection B?
It would have to be.
Or a new subsection C, or at the end.
Yeah, we can do that too. Yeah.
I would put it at the end because, yes.
So the end would be
Let us see if it passes first.
So it would be
It'll be moot.
D, E, F, G.
G.
No, I'm sorry, end of B.
Oh, I'm sorry.
End of B.
End of
B
B.
deals with public comment on items on an agenda. Okay, so it should go at B and at the end. I'm still voting against it, but that's where it should go.
The B.
Okay, further discussion. Mr. Clerk, could you please repeat the motion? Repeat the wording that is proposed for insertion at
Yes.
the end of subsection B.
Mr. Chair, I will have to ask the maker of the motion to repeat it.
Okay, Member Wolf, could you repeat it, please?
So in the case of meetings that are continued of the same subject matter or jurisdiction.
Agenda items, how about
Agenda and,
case of meetings where agenda items are continued,
agenda that are. Okay.
are continued to another day.
Okay, to another day. Let's see. I guess the body shall provide an opportunity for the, or
The body shall provide
An opportunity,
new
just-
opportunity
new opportunity for the members of the public to directly
for
access.
public comment on those continued items.
Okay, you don't want to repeat the same language that's in that section?
Well, but this is, I'd have to agree, this is specifically dealing with those continued items, right? Because you don't want to say they can have public comment again about the earlier items
Right.
just because the same meeting.
I'm just looking at
Yes.
semantics of using the same verbiage, so I'm not
B
creating a-
provides on item. Public comment should be provided on an item. And so what we're saying is, if you
Well,
continue.
public comment isn't, the word public comment is not used. It's public testimony.
Right.
Or the line that says an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the policy body. So it's just wordsmithing.
The body shall be required to provide
Additional
another opportunity for each member of the public to directly address the body concerning that item
I think
prior to action thereon.
I think shall provide is sufficient, not instead of shall be required to provide.
Sure, shall provide another opportunity. And then we repeat the language.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you have that, Mr. Rustum?
Yes, through the chair, yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Thank you.
On the motion, Member Craven Green?
No.
Craven Green, no. Member Washburn?
It's okay. Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneva? Caneva, no. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Goldman?
No.
Goldman, no. Member Williams?
Yeah, aye.
Williams, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 3 ayes and 4 noes.
Motion fails.
No, you have 4 ayes.
4 ayes and 3
noes.
noes.
I would like to, if I may, through the chair,
Member Craven Green?
take Mr. Warfield's suggestion that in C1, we can put in each policy body shall adopt a rule providing that each person wishing to speak on any item before the body at a regular special meeting shall be permitted to be heard at least once for a minimum, of 3 minutes per agenda item. I'm not aware of chairs thinking that they're precluded from providing a member a chance. But if there are people who believe they're precluded from doing, they don't have to, but that would make it clear they're not precluded from doing so. Without objection?
Without objection. Is there public comment on that proposal? This is in...
Are you talking about the line 11 on page 47?
It's line 2 on page 130 of ours.
We all have different copies, so we're all looking at different things. Go by section.
It is C1.
67.14C1.
Yeah, the last two lines of which meetings shall be permitted to be heard once.
At least once.
Oh, you're putting it.
We are proposing
Yes, we are.
at least.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment?
I can only agree with the charming and wise and beautiful member who wants to put at least in there as suggested. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Without objection, that language is added. Member Wolf, I believe there was something in...
So in section 18, this has been really difficult for me. One of the some of this involves members of the public informing me of certain situations. I've had one experience. It wasn't too crazy, but where there was such an egregious violation of open meetings. We're talking about 6, 7, 18, right?
Yes.
Such egregious violation of open meetings that members of public were not allowed or prohibited from speaking, and there was really no way to address it immediately in that time. Whatever attorney was there in the meeting did not bring up or advise the chair or the president of that body to stop. What they did was in violation of the Brown Act or the Sunshine Act, and the meeting went on, and there was really no recourse. Now, I understand the creation of the supervisor of public forums in order to be able to review these kinds of things, but I'm wondering if there might be some. And I just having just figuring out a way to be able to do it. There is a DCA or somebody in the city attorney's office that's available on call 24/7. There should be some kind of way to have some sort of like an instant replay kind of situation where something very important is happening. It may be in this building, it may not be in this building, but that some attention by some kind of a referee be brought to maybe in consultation with the DCA or the legal counsel, that a violation has happened in that moment. That could be detrimental. I don't believe, and I think I've only heard of once. I think it was in a San Jose meeting or something, where there was a violation of open meetings, and something happened in the meeting that had to be reversed. It does?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not over frequently, but there are Brown Act cases that find a Brown Act violation based on open meetings provisions and require the body to reverse its decision or to rehear it in a meeting that complies with the Brown Act.
Okay.
Probably about 4 decisions a year, I would say.
Okay. And the thing is where are those adjudicated?
Superior Court.
Okay. So outside of the Sunshine Ordinance, inside the Sunshine Ordinance, there is no way to really enforce it.
There is. We've created a provision to enforce it, but it's enforced in the same way the Brown Act is enforced, which is post violation.
I understand that. My suggestion is to try and find a way in process, and going back to the word practical, is it practical? I don't know. I think it's practical from the people that are being violated at the time, but I'm just wondering if there might be some interest to try and find a way to have, if like 3 members of the public find this egregious, that they call the city attorney's 24/7 line, and all of a sudden that triggers a red flag, that person would then contact the city attorney that is at the meeting and have a consultation about the issue. It's been very difficult for me to create or find language for it, but it's a concept that I'd like explored.
You want to work on that language, and we come back to it?
I can certainly continue to work on it. I've not.
And let me just express I won't be here, but let me express my concern is that, I mean, that's the purpose. This is the blowback. This is what you're going to hear. That's the purpose of the DCA assigned to the commission. And I understand that doesn't mean that there aren't errors. There are errors, CEG, the Brown Act lawsuits.
Okay.
So, but they're going to come back and say, well, why have this person in the city attorney's office, when you have this person in the city attorney's office? So.
It's, I mean, think of football, okay? You got lots of, referees on the sidelines and all that. There's an instant replay. There's a head ref that goes in over, and that's really.
No, I agree, and I think it'd be interesting to see what the proposal is. So.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll if we can leave this open for continuance, I'd appreciate it.
So without objection, 67.18 is continued. Is there any public comment on 67.18?
Yeah, I think the idea of an instant replay rule is a good one. I would volunteer to write up a draft of something like that. And to keep it from being overused, I think the idea of maybe saying 3 members of the public have to agree that they think there's a serious violation going on in the meeting, and then maybe, just like in the NFL, I looked up the NFL rule the other day, just like there, you can only invoke it a couple times during a game, so maybe only like twice, you can only invoke this special scenario twice in a meeting. So that it doesn't completely ground things to a halt. But, a lot of times, even when these Brown Act cases are heard in court, when they, do find that there was a violation, typically what happens is the body just they put it back on the agenda and they vote the same way as they already had planned to do it. So it doesn't oftentimes fix the problem, because everyone's kind of solidified their views by the time, there's a lot of animosity that the body got sued, and so by the time that it's litigated in court, it's plus the time to solve that is, it's too late. Things have moved on. So the idea of preventing bodies for going into, I think a good scenario would be, if someone thinks that the body is going into a closed session illegally. If you could get a couple of people to agree with you in the meeting, and you call a DCA and say, hey, I think, we all agree that we think it's going illegally. Can you send a note to the DCA and ask them to, give him a call and consult for 5 minutes or 30, I don't know how long it would take, but I think it's an interesting idea that should be explored. And I really like what Mr. Wolf said, which is that we should go for broad and innovative approaches. That's kind of what San Francisco prizes itself in, and the supervisors can tell us when they look at it if there's features that they think aren't going to fly.
Thank you. Is there further public comment?
Yes, Peter Warfield. I certainly think that there's definite value in trying to get immediate results when something is basically a foul. I presume that the member was talking about the Sue Cawthon event, and that sort of thing actually happened to me a couple of months earlier. The body here voted 5-2 in my favor on that as well. The only problem is at the NFL they have scads of referees running around at all times, and the question would be who would staff this kind of so presumed instant replay. I think that this also touches on enforcement generally and what the sanctions might be for misbehavior. it's obvious that this body feels, and or certainly most of the members and others as well, that there isn't strong enough, there are not strong enough consequences for this kind of violation, as well as other kinds of violations. And I think that this is where you should consider a range of sanctions that would essentially be in the spirit of sunshine itself. So, for example, I think that you could, for one thing, you might invalidate the action that was taken when a violation occurred. Second, you might require that 6 months or a year's worth of agendas and minutes from the body list that they have been found in violation, if they have been found in violation, but by whatever mechanism is set up, including this body. There has been talk, I think, of putting violations up on the website of the body or the department in question. But I think that sunshine itself would be a healthful kind of a thing to impose for violations, so that those violations have the visibility that that body would have to deal with. In other words, people would know in a much more public way than at present what has happened. I did want to make a point of information about a previous comment. The lottery system to which Vice Chair Craven referred in Berkeley was something that a group I belong to as a member of the steering committee, Super Bold, challenged legally, and for which our group won a Freedom of Information Award several years back. And we worked with the help of the pro bono help of the First Amendment Project, which basically got the city council in Berkeley to change its lottery system, under which some people might not get any public comment on a given evening, and basically made them change that procedure so that, as required by the state law, every person gets a chance to make public comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there further public comment?
I just lost my place.
Page 47. I'm sorry. Page, geez, I don't know which.
I got it.
It depends on which copy I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'm on page 53. I have two questions. Notifying the Ethics Commission, the Board of Supervisors, District Attorney, or the California Attorney General, who shall take whatever measures they deem necessary and appropriate to ensure compliance with the provision of this ordinance. This gives the supervisor of public forums actually a great deal of leeway. Depending on who's in that spot, he or she could pick the Attorney General, in which case there'd be a letter back saying it's a local matter. You could pick the Board of Supervisors, in which case they may not even get an acknowledgement of receipt of the referral. The district attorney will only act if it's criminal, and this sure ain't criminal. And lastly, the Ethics Commission, and we know what they'll do with it. I think the notification is probably okay, but I would limit it to the Ethics Commission, because of the four, even given its prior behavior, it's probably the best forum once this amendment goes through. The second part of it, I think, is also very relevant, which is to ensure compliance with the provision of this ordinance. There's no investigation, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. It says, ensure compliance with the provision of this ordinance. And that is very important because it is repeated in the record section, identical language, which suggests to me that what we have is another potent way of ensuring that the Ethics Commission would actually act to enforce compliance. So whether it says ensure or enforce, I suppose is subject to some debate, which is a better word. But I do think what's relevant is it's another way of getting compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Couple of things. First of all, regarding Mr. Warfield's suggestion that this task force have the authority to nullify actions that are taken in violation of this ordinance or the Brown Act. I'm wondering if the task force could do that. I mean, if somebody wanted to, if we found violation of the public records section or of this ordinance or of the Brown Act, that we are empowered to do. But I'm wondering if an actual nullification would have to take place in court. The other thing is that the wording in here dictates actions by the district attorney and or the state attorney general, and I'm wondering if the Sunshine Ordinance can dictate actions by the district attorney or the California Attorney General. Do we have the power to do that?
Where do you see it dictates?
It says if the policy body, this is in 6718B, if the policy body or passive meeting body fails to comply with any such order, the supervisor of public forums shall notify the San Francisco Ethics Commission, Board of Supervisors, district attorney, or the California Attorney General, who shall take whatever measures they deem necessary
And
appropriate to ensure compliance with the provision of this ordinance.
Right, so it's not dictating anything. If they don't think it's necessary or appropriate, they don't do
Well,
anything.
but can we say the district attorney or the California Attorney General shall take whatever measures they deem necessary and appropriate?
Yes.
And it seems to me that
Doesn't it already exist?
Yeah, basically that language already exists in the ordinance with referrals from this body.
Okay.
It's a repetition of existing language.
But ensure should be ensure instead of insure. Chris, did you see that? It should be E instead of I. I think we can do that without objection.
Third line from the bottom.
Member, chairperson.
where are we? What line? Oh, ensure, correct. Member Williams, did you have?
I'm a person that faces reality. Now, we have the city attorney here, and I heard Member Wolf said city attorney, but we got to remember the city attorney works for the mayor. He is just sitting here giving us advice, but he's not going to go all the way out of his way to give us that. That's why we have attorneys like you on the board. That's why you on the board. It has to be an attorney on the board. And that's the straight truth. I mean, I'm taking it. I've been on, it's not my first rodeo. I've been going through this for years, and I know how this game is played. Mr. Laurente was so good, but he could only go so far. But this job will stress you out because he could only go so far. Jerry Treat is a liberal, and he as good as he could be, but he could only go so far. It's good like we have people like Mr. Grossman, that's an attorney, and you, and God hopes we get another good attorney that comes in here and be just as effective as you would writing this. But we can't rely on the city attorney. And remember, Nee, you can say, can we do it? We can do anything that we want to do. Because we are the people that we keep forgetting that we are paying their salaries. And I strictly believe in the Constitution, we the people. The people have the power.
Okay.
And yes, and you keep asking, can we? Yes, we can.
Thank you, Member Williams. Okay. I believe that concludes discussion on 67.18 until.
I just have one question. I just had one question based upon Mr. Grossman's comments. I'm not. he's asking that there should be some sort of formal investigation, but it does speak here of a determination by the supervisor of forums. So to me, that would seem like they would have had to do some investigation to come up with some determination. Is that the intent of their determination?
Yeah, they review the issue.
Okay.
They're supposed to be an independent review and give deference to any findings, any prior rulings of this body.
Okay.
Are you talking about the ethics committee?
No,
supervisor.
Okay, with supervisors, okay.
Okay. So this matter then is continued. And before we move on to Article 3, I'd like to declare a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
Someone bring me some food. I've been like, joking piece of gum. I've already had like 9
sandwich
pieces
or
of
anything.
gum.
That's
It's
why we
making my
can't eat
stomach.
anymore.
On it goes.
Nobody put any.
And on it goes. I thought it was going to be a quick process. I was wrong.
Yeah.
I can't believe I didn't bring a sandwich. I gotta go to the restroom.
Oh, do you? Oh, girl, it's yes, work. Yeah, they have a lot of workshops. I used to have to always go to San Diego. It's nice down there. Are you going to be in the? Is you going to be by the water?
Arnie, what are you doing? Oh, buddy, is he over there? Buddy, we're just taking a 5-minute recess. We're gonna be here. We're gonna be here a while. Yeah. So.
One day.
What'd you do for dinner?
We got 3 days of one day. Oh,
I knew you
got
would.
3 days. What?
And what did we have? What did we have?
That makes so much sense. I know.
That's the way I do. Well, they have to have an iron. My husband was in the military, officer in the military, and he can put it so well. It come out so beautiful and just roll, and he can put it. And I just, is it an iron there? That's what they do, roll up, and he can get more things. And I have 2 suitcases for him. He said, yeah, but it has to be an iron there, and you just say, yeah, as long as this passes. This been working on this so long, so many. Yeah, no, I was looking down, but I would like to everybody can't say what they really want. No way. It's embedded in a lot of cards. Try to say, oh, he's little.
Thank you. You've been doing a great job.
Tell your neighbors.
That's so pretty.
You didn't hear us say you were our neighbor. Yeah. You're still here, huh? What you want to hear? We've been through with your stuff. You're still here. You just wait. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, that's nice.
They're sitting Yeah, yeah. Supervisors today, anything at all. So they have like all of them together. Because the city is taking position against yeah.
No, I was saying, I didn't know we had to have
Good for them. Send a little message, huh? Oh, are you really?
Yeah. So I was like,
Well, they're just lying. It's your right to vote. No, it isn't. It's to protect your ass, is what
I
it is.
want the vote on how they want to spend somebody.
Well, I don't think as a monopoly that they should be able to lobby. That's bullshit. They have a monopoly, and they take millions of dollars and put it on TV. No.
They have a state sanction.
See, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what's fucked up about it. You know, and how dare they take our money to try and take choice away from us? It's like, this isn't right. Yeah.
Did you hear the president, he's been talking about say on pay?
No, I haven't.
So say on pay is when the shareholders have an opportunity to have a say and vote on the pay of the executives. The shareholders of PG&E did that 2 years ago. CalPERS and a bunch of the other shareholders, activist shareholders, and the meeting is coming up next month here in San Francisco against the CEO, and they're gonna fry it. I think he's gonna lose his job. They're gonna fry his ass.
Are you taking notes?
He knows all the secrets. He ain't talking. He ain't talking.
That reminds me of a joke. This guy's driving in the country. He sees a sign on his whole rickety house. Talking dog for sale, $10. He goes, hey, a talking dog for sale, $10. He goes, he's in the back room. So the guy goes back there, and the dog says, I'm very sick. He says, I was. And you couldn't call the police? He said, I went to Iraq to help out over there.
And we're trying to finish it up because it's not.
That dog's full of shit. Why don't you make a presentation, Member Williams? You could.
Nobody will see it but us. I want us to be on SF Gov, but this confidential stuff, we can't even put it out.
Trying to live on Altoids, is that it?
Let me see this. I said, you want to give yourself a
Not a lot of nutritional value in 8 clips.
We are back in session, and I believe we're ready now to look at 67.22.
21. We got up to
We
21.
got up to 21?
Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't start in on it yet.
67.
I think you were going to take general comment on all of Articles 1 and 2,
I thought we already did.
public comment on all of them before.
All right.
And just a question, Mr. Chair, how long are we going to be going till tonight?
Well,
Good night.
as I mentioned, we want to get done as much as possible. We've had a suggestion to take public comment on Articles 1 and 2, so let's do that.
As you know, I've been carrying on quite a bit about the fact we don't have a clean copy yet. So I think this is a good point. You finish 1 and 2. Gin up a clean copy with a comparison to the existing ordinance. It can be done using Compara whatever in Word or some other program. That way everybody can see exactly what the changes are. You'll be able to read it as a totality in a way that you'll understand, and you'll see all of the places where you don't have connections or you have duplications. And for goodness sake, take out all these references to adopted in 1993 by Ordinance 37-98 proposition. They don't belong in the draft anymore. That's in the original ordinance. Now you're taking those out. And somebody's going to add them back later, maybe. But a clean copy and then a compared copy is the best way to take a look at this and see if it all holds together, and you'll begin to see issues that maybe you missed the first time around. And I think it's easy enough to do it, and it certainly, in my view, should have been done a long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on Articles 1 or 2?
Yes, Peter Warfield. I've been talking to the task force for quite a long time about my, shall we say, disappointment about the process by which you have gone forward with these changes. There hasn't been a clear statement of objectives and how those objectives will be met. There hasn't been a clear statement of the procedure by which you will move forward. So it's been a nightmare for those of us who care about sunshine, for members of the public and ourselves, to even understand what the changes are, what the meaning of the changes is, and so on. I know there have been some efforts, such as with footnotes, but I'm sorry to say that throughout this ordinance, there are changes that have simply not been noticed in the footnotes or in the chair's summary. And that is very troubling to me as somebody who cares about things that have been slipped in at various points and that are really, in some cases, quite toxic. So I think, certainly the previous speaker had some suggestions, but I think stating the objectives and how specifically they're going to be carried out, stating how you're going to proceed, how are you going to inform people of what happened from time to time so that people will know, oh, I couldn't stay for the whole meeting last week, but here's what they did and here's how far they got. We haven't had that kind of basic, simple information for the other members of the body who, in numbers, have not attended, as well as members of the public who have or haven't and who want to understand and try and follow what has gone on. Again, I think that each change should be explained as to where and how it came from and when and how it was adopted. When I got expressed distress last time about secret, and I appreciate the chair saying there hadn't been secret meetings. I didn't literally mean secret, but what we find repeatedly here is references to the departments wanted this and the departments expressed that, but we don't see the departments here. We don't hear the departments. We don't read any letters that they've sent. Yes, quite some time ago, this body repeatedly passed around a spreadsheet showing for each section what the various departments had requested. That never happened for members of the public. And again, as I've said before, the solicitations did not go out to the public equally with the Board of Supervisors and the departments. And I'd also have to say that many of the departments, at the time they made the suggestions, were repeat violators. And some of the stuff that they requested reflected their position, and to cater to them constantly without it being clear where that came from, I think makes it extremely difficult for the public to comprehend. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment?
Hi, Kima Crossman. I just took a quick scan through sections 1 and 2. The things that I don't see that I, unfortunately, that I would wish could be considered before this is submitted to the voters are the following. To make a clear provision to allow people to subscribe to agendas and notices. While that's provided for in some fashion in the Brown Act, it's not provided for in the Sunshine Ordinance, and it's been a particular problem with passive meeting bodies getting on notice lists of upcoming meetings and all that. It's been I've actually been part of a couple fights over that. Let me mention that all these contributions are typically based on issues that we've experienced with the current ordinance. Some of the departments now have started creating their own versions of websites outside of the city's general website. I don't think that's really covered very well here, that kind of development. There's some talk about posting information on the city's website in the ordinance, and it's a little confusing now when you have this SF Ethics has its own website and SFBOS has its own website. So it's not clear to me if people are going to have to go to multiple websites to get information, or if, like the calendar, if there's this general city calendar will be on just one website. It's a little bit unclear. Something that I've been meaning to bring up and forgot to before. And then, of course, the issue of retention. The data that gets put on the website, how long will it last there? That's a big question that's unresolved. Feedback you've gotten continuously on the current draft is that 3 days notice for meetings is not enough. Benicia, the city of Benicia has a 10-day notice for meetings. 10 days. You see the agenda 10 days before you have the meeting. And everyone said that was impossible. We couldn't make it work. Guess what? People figured out how to make it work. So the point is that you can make these things work. Maybe you roll it out as, 5 days for the first year and 10 days in the next 4 years. But there's been general feeling that 3 days is just not enough time. You can't get the word out when you want to get people to show up. Meetings, people have difficulty getting off work with 3 days notice. It's hard to get notice out, the papers and all that. There was still a talk about having general public comment in the passive meetings. I think that kind of got dropped or forgotten. It's an easy provision to add in. It's very progressive idea. I think and then two technology issues. One is, that I think in where meetings regularly in buildings where meetings regularly have, the meetings should be televised or broadcast rather than be limited to City Hall. Again, the technology is clearly there with most smartphones today, with a laptop. And then there should be Wi-Fi in all city meetings too, because people want to blog and tweet and talk about things real time. That's an accessibility issue because people want to look up information as well. So those are all things that I feel have not been addressed in the current sections 1 or 2 that I think would be progressive and, could be knocked out later if they weren't acceptable.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on Articles 1 and 2? Seeing none, public comment is closed. And we move now to Article 3, Section 67.21.
Mr. Chair.
Member Wolf.
There was one item that I failed to bring up in 6715C. I just had a concern, and maybe you can give me a little background on, I think it was at that time then, Member Comstock's addition to number 2, this whole process, if there's a large number of speakers and so on and so forth. My question is, and I think we may have touched on it in a previous special meeting, is there any sense that that policy bodies or people running meetings could actually do this?
Do which?
Do what?
Where the is this the section?
You're talking about the designation
of
this is designation
the designated
of the
speak, right?
I think it's never been tried, so they'll try it and we'll see how it works.
I'm wondering if it wouldn't behoove to maybe slate it as a pilot and give the chair the opportunity to do it, and instead just allow any member of the public to be able to defer their time to someone
The
else.
chair may allow. It already is. It doesn't say they shall allow. They don't have to do it.
Oh, well. Oh, it may allow a designated speaker. Okay.
That was kind of our attempt
Well,
to say.
okay, because my suggestion would be to just allow any member of the public to defer their time to any other member of the public, instead of creating a whole new process and method. Just allow any member of the public to defer their time. If you take out a speaker card and you've got 3 minutes or 1 minute, whatever it is for that meeting, and you hear somebody said what you wanted to say, but you are listening to somebody else who you think is making a good point and they need more time, I defer my time to so-and-so. Lots of meetings that do it that way. I'm just thinking that, yes, it's innovative and progressive and liberal. I'm looking, it's just extensive, and and there's no penalty if they do it and then they decide in the middle that it's unruly and then they decide not to do it. So I'm just putting it out there for thought, that's all. As I was reading it and imagining, having run many meetings, how this could actually work. That's all.
Where are you going with this?
Well, my suggestion was to just, and I don't know I'm going to get any agreement on it, but my suggestion is just to add at the end of 1, and allow any member of the public to defer their time to another member of the public.
67.15 C1.
C1.
I mean, how would that work?
Well,
how would you signify to someone you want to defer your time? I mean,
well, you walk up and you say, I want to defer the time to the person who's to so and so.
Well, who just sat down and went to the back of the room? Because then you're next, right? I mean,
well, you could. The way a lot of ways they do it is people will come up and on their card they'll say, or a speaker will say if somebody will defer their time, or they would make a plan to do it ahead of time. But it's certainly a much easier way. It doesn't really disrupt the flow of a meeting to do it that way.
Member Washburn.
I like that idea, but I think isn't the term yield my time?
Yield, yes, same. Yeah, they could yield their time, exactly, yes.
So instead of the person having 2 minutes, he would have 4 minutes.
Well, or however,
whatever.
How many? But see, because the method that is being suggested here is extensive, and it takes time to prepare, and I'm just thinking that it just could be a little difficult. I'm just thinking as if I was a person trying to enact this, how far in advance I would have to plan on top of preparing for the meeting and all of that. So. But if I just was in the middle of a meeting, there are times where I felt my point was made, but this other person's making a great point. I would, go up and I would motion, look, I'm deferring or yielding my time to this person.
So what's the language you want to put in?
Exactly how I said it.
How'd you say it?
And allow any member of the public present, they have to be present, to yield or defer their time to another member of the public that is present.
Is that a motion?
I will make it as a motion.
I will second it.
Good.
And thank you for your indulgence.
Is there public comment on this additional language?
Peter Warfield. Certainly, I think that's. Excuse me. I know there are some that are not present who think that public comment should only be one public comment per person, and that's how democracy works. I would say that this is something that I would go for, and I've seen it work. It's very simple. When a person's turn comes up, whether they're standing in a line to speak publicly or whether they're called by name from speaker cards or whatever method is used, the person simply gets up and says, I'd like to give my time to Kimo Crossman, or I'd like to give my time to Alan Grossman or anybody else. And there's a whole raft of reasons why you might want to do that. Member Wolf certainly gave some examples, but there may be an instance where I'm here and I don't have a lot of knowledge about Section 67.99, but one of my colleagues does and has had a limited time to speak, and I'd like for that person who has a lot to say on the subject to have an opportunity. I like to say that there was one meeting in Berkeley that I attended where I and another person who came were 7 of the 15 speakers. And that's because the people there knew that we had particular knowledge and expertise on a subject, and one by one, as they were called to speak, they said they deferred to one or the other of us. I think it's very simple. I think it's very well worded. And I think that the piece that has to be done is that the Section 3, and I guess it's Section C3, A, B, and C, basically all have to be gotten rid of because this would be a substitute. I think it's intended that way. I found this 6 members to be very problematic. It's very complicated. It also, why should somebody who's got 6 people get more of an opportunity to do that sort of a maneuver than someone with 5 or 4 or 3? And I know as someone who recently got together a group of 5 minimum people, it's a lot of work. And then if you fall short, somehow somebody can't show up, all your effort comes to nothing. There's no reason for that disappointment, that huge effort. You just get people to give their time. And as for the designated speaker, what I did that time when I knew that the folks were going to turn over time is I made up basically sections. I made up public comment that I wanted to make of a general nature, and then I had specific things that I went into in more detail based on what people offered in the way of turning over their time. So I think it's workable, simple, and fair. One person uses their time for themselves or somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment?
Let me, Kimo Crossman, let me concur with Mr. Warfield. I think he speaks very wisely. He's actually the one that I first heard this idea from. And I've long had a big concern about the designated speaker provision because it had never been tried, as far as I knew, never been tried here in San Francisco or anywhere else, frankly, that I knew about. And it seemed complicated. I think you made some good points about, it's hard to get 5 or 6 people to come to a meeting. It's hard enough for me to, for us all to get together to a meeting. And, once one person didn't show up, and suddenly you lose your ability to have the designated speaker. The whole idea of designated speaker was to combat the unlimited time that department heads and consultants get to have when they present their case, and to give someone the ability to have a more elongated response on a matter. So I think it's a simple approach. It's apparently been tested, and I think it's a very wise approach. So I strongly recommend that you make that change.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. There is a motion on the floor, and I believe there's a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Craven Green.
Aye.
Craven Green, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneva.
Aye.
Caneva, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Goldman.
Aye.
Goldman, aye. Member Williams.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Okay, and I believe that takes us to 67.21. Immediacy of response, immediate disclosure of requests. I have some. 67.21.
I hate to interrupt you, but I think you skipped about 4 of the 5 subsections of 6720.
No, we didn't.
Excuse me, Mr.
Well,
Grossman.
If you didn't, I don't see any changes, and I have actually a fairly significant point. But if you think you want to go ahead, it's okay with me.
We did at the last special meeting.
I had my notes right here. Yep.
Deal with 67.20. Are there any proposed changes here to 67.21? I do have some. I guess it would be C. C and B are listed in reverse here, and I guess proposed for switching. In C, notwithstanding the 10-day period, I would insert the word calendar.
Yeah. See how they're marked up differently?
And then on the next line, notwithstanding the insert after the a written request for, insert the word immediate access to information. Further down in the next to last line of that paragraph, that subsection, document should be plural.
Multiple sources, offices, or documents?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then in
Multiple sources or office or documents.
Maintained.
and then in subsection B, where it says extension of 14 days, do we want that to be calendar days or business days? Okay, calendar is the consensus here. Okay, those are my suggested changes.
I have none.
Okay. Without objection. Section 67.21, is there any public comment?
Footnote 15 says revised and new provisions on deadlines for responses based on former 6725 in order to clarify and streamline ordinance. Well, you've snuck in 4 p.m. deadline here with no comment and no notification whatsoever. That's a very, very, very bad reduction in what the public can expect. The original of this said that if the request is received on one day, and I'm not sure that it said business day, it has to be responded to by the end of business on the next day. Suddenly and quite arbitrarily, without regard for what the hours are of the organization that's operating, such as a library that might be open till 9 p.m., or an office that's open till 6, you've put in a 4 p.m. deadline. What's that for? What's it based on? We haven't heard a thing about it, but it cuts into the public's ability to get prompt replies. As I understood the previous version of this, the idea was that if I bring or send or give to a department a request today, They will give me a response, and preferably the records tomorrow, prior to the close of business. As far as I'm concerned, it ought to be something that's allowed to be delivered before the beginning of business the following day, because whether I give it to them at 4:59 when they close at 5, or whether I give it to them at 7:59 the next morning, 1 minute before they open at 8, seems to me to be all the same. But that 4 o'clock is very toxic, and particularly so since I can tell you about what the library does with response, and you have no balancing requirement for the time of response the next day. The library enjoys sending out after 4 p.m. its notification that it has materials for you. Isn't that grand? What you don't see when you see the memo, but you may find when you get there, as I have been often, there's a procedure at the library. And that procedure says you can't come and pick anything up or inspect anything after 4 p.m. So they send you a 4:20 p.m. email saying what you requested is here now, but forget it. Even if you were able to fly like a bullet, you would, according to their regulations, not be able to inspect it. So at the very least, this requires a balancing requirement that they deliver 1 hour before they close business the next day so that I can go down there and have a look at it before the close of business and have a reasonable shot at looking at it. And the notice that I get about whether they're giving me something or not, or there's a delay, ought to come at some reasonable time as well. There's wording here that's toxic about appropriateness. There will be endless arguments from departments saying, that's not appropriate, you shouldn't be making an immediate disclosure request. They have a very simple way of dealing with that right now. If they have too much or it can't be gotten, they just simply tell you, can't be gotten, we'll get it for you in 3 days or within 10 days or whatever they want. But this appropriate thing is a toxic thing that the departments will beat their requesters about the head and shoulders with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further public comment?
Kimo Crossman, let me concur with the previous speaker on a number of those matters. I don't like all this. Why are we introducing a 4 p.m. deadline? Why are we adding these phrases of normal, appropriate, reasonable? You know, CPRA requires prompt delivery of information. It doesn't have all these normal, appropriate, reasonable references. And the reason for that is because those are words to argue about later on if you have them in there. And frankly, that's not, you can't do this. It's illegal to limit what CPRA already requires. CPRA already requires prompt delivery of information. You can't then say, well, prompt delivery between 8 and 4 p.m. Business hours are 8 and 5 p.m. And you can't limit what the baseline CPRA requires. I think you should take all those references, appropriate, normal, all that baloney out. That's just asking for all sorts of endless arguments and complaints that you don't even want to deal with. The 4 p.m. thing is a big problem. Like Peter said, that will be totally a gamesmanship thing. And I definitely have had scenarios where departments sending me their records at 5:01 p.m. the next day so that I am delayed an extra day before I can challenge the record because it's already end of day for them, if that makes sense. So I make a request on day 1, day 2, I get it at 5:01, so then I can't challenge their response or their request until the further day out. So that just is not workable the way it is. But the real thing I want to address is this section B about the extension option here for voluminous information in remote storage facility or need to consult other interested department. That one is consistently abused by departments to basically completely destroy the vision of an immediate disclosure request. Basically what they say is we have to consult another department. And guess who the other department is? City attorney. It's completely made this whole section not effective. And I sent some emails around about it, and the best advice I got was from Terry Frank. He said we should take out all these provisions because the provision for voluminous nature of information and remote storage is already covered by the fact that IDR has to be readily accessible information. So if the information isn't readily accessible, then it's not voluminous and it's not in a remote location. And this last one, need to consult other interested department. Well, we can see that that's being continuously abused. And the point of this draft Sunshine is to fix the problems with the current version of Sunshine. As long as you have this provision to allow them to consult with another interested party and extend it up to 14 days, then there's no point in having the IDR in there because they just always invoke it. It's a completely useless provision. So I would strongly request that you make that change because it's otherwise it's a useless piece of text.
Thank you. Further public comment, please.
(6721A). Why is it needed? In fact, I think it implicates the problem under CPRA section 6253A, which says public records are open to inspection at all times during the office hours of the state or local agency, and every person has a right to inspect any public record except as hereinafter provided. Same goes for copies of records. Make them promptly available. So this provision are appropriate for more extensive or demanding requests is not a standard that's recognized in the law, the basic law. The only standard that's recognized is the 14-day standard. And with respect to that, if you file an IDR with an agency or department and they elect to go to extend it, and they rely on the 14 days, they're actually getting 4 more days than they would if I had made a standard records request. So you've got the problem, number one, of giving them more time than they would have gotten otherwise, 4 days, and they'll always take advantage of it. As Kimo has explained, it's almost rote for them in responding to IDRs. In addition, the caveat that you have at the end of, I guess it's C, even though it's before B, makes no sense to me. You know, if they have a problem, you'll hear about it. If they don't, you won't hear about it. But giving them this way of fooling around with active files, I asked for a file in planning department 6 weeks ago, and their excuse is it's out at a vendor, and they can't find it. You know, they'll find a way to delay it if they have to, and if they don't have to, why give them an opportunity? Now, as I mentioned, 6721A actually implicates what you've done in 6720A and other sections which appear to conflict with the direct provisions of the California Public Records Act because you put in additional standards, reasonable, unreasonable delay, and so forth and so on. Promptly never appears. It should, because that's what the law requires. And it's not clear to me whether the last sentence in 6720 was in or out, because if it's out, then it also conflicts with the California Public Records Act. So you've got a bunch of problems in integrating what you're doing under this ordinance with the provisions of that act.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Remind me, Erica, the next time you make a comment to just shrug my shoulders.
Excuse me, an anonymous tenant here. I agree with the last 3 speakers. In addition, I think you're creating a nightmare of loopholes for all the departments to use, and they will use them. They will not give us documents, and will just be a nightmare. I understand the immediate disclosure request. They have 24 hours to give you some type of response, and then they have another 10 days to fulfill the order. Is that correct? I don't know. That's the way I understood it. So, no. Okay, then I misunderstand. But this new wording is just going to be a nightmare. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Task Force?
I would just like to point out we've heard repeatedly about this new language, new language. It's not new language. 6721A is already in there. Reasonable, unreasonable, unreasonable, those are already in there. Those are repeated. If you have a question that it should be changed, that's different, but you're misstating it when you say it's new, it's not. If a department is going to try to mess around with unreasonable delay, they're going to mess around with prompt. I think it's a totally baseless argument to say that by using unreasonable delay as opposed to prompt, we're saying something different than what the PRA. We are not. Okay? Department's going to goof off under prompt as much as they were under an unreasonable delay. I don't think it's a matter of substance. I disagree with those comments.
Okay. One thing I'd like to raise that the speakers have pointed out in 67.21B, and that's the 14-day extension, which actually gives more time to respond than to a normal public records request. Do we want to leave that as is or change it?
We've already changed that by moving it to B. The issue is immediacy of response and immediate disclosure requests. Immediacy of response. Maximum deadlines are more appropriate for extensive. If the voluminous nature of information requested or the location of the storage facility, you get an extra 14 days, which is consistent, as we point out here, with the California records request.
Okay.
C, immediate disclosure requests. It's separate. I think the problem was that the order had been flipped in the initial ordinance, and people were saying, oh, well, you get an extra 14 days for immediate disclosure requests. No. That provision just applies to any request as to which you need this additional 14 days for specific reasons consistent with the language of the Public Records Act. So we've addressed that by flipping it.
Okay. Thank you. I believe that takes us then to 67. Member Williams and Member Wolf.
What the gentleman was out there trying to say is that when they make the request and they need a extension, they need to let us know, let the complainant know that they need an extension. Extra, and that would be 14 days. But they have to let you know that you need an extension.
Member Wolf.
Yeah, my concern is about what one of the public speakers spoke about the addition of adding a specific time in here. I mean, I work till 5 o'clock every day. I mean, excluding these meetings and any sick days I might take, but there would be no way that I could take off almost, several hours before the end, by 4 o'clock, to come and do anything. Email isn't the only form of communication. Not everybody has email. We know that.
But you can get up by 4:30 and get here by 5 by the time
coming from San Rafael, no, there's no way. I mean, and if you had a journalist that needed to pick up something who was out in East Bay and needed to come into the city, it's at that time of the day, it's rush hour. I don't think it's fair.
But what's the difference between 4 and 5?
There's a huge difference. Oh,
there has to be a deadline.
What? Why?
Because I think if you submit something at 11 p.m., it's not within the reasonable amount of time for compliance. I mean, that's why we said close the business.
But there's nowhere else in any law that I've seen where it describes a specific time of day like that. You want to say end of business, say end of business. But why 4 o'clock? Why not 5?
To give them an hour to work on it.
It's basically, the idea is that you need to have it so that you can absorb it and then respond to it by the end of the next day. I mean, you're supposed to do it as soon as possible. So, I mean, that's like a misnomer there. But the point is that this goes beyond what the PRA requires, right? So this goes beyond it. And we're establishing this is a new procedure. It's not required under any state law. And we had a number of departments, and I know Mr. Warfield's going to hate hearing this, who said, we need to know what the deadline is. I mean, because it comes in, we get an email at 6 p.m., no one's here. We don't think that's reasonable for us to have to respond to it by the end of that next business day. And so that's why we said 4 p.m. But and we said
So-
it was reasonable
so-
because some offices shut at 4:30.
So
right?
you had staff come here in public testimony and say they
Yes.
want it an hour before the end of the day.
No, they said they wanted a deadline that allowed them to be able to comply with it, and the committee agreed that 4 p.m. was reasonable.
So if they get it overnight and they come in the morning and they get it in their email or in their fax machine or in the mail and they work on it for that day, that 8 hours is not enough?
Well, I think part of the concern is that what if that person who's supposed to respond doesn't come in until noon that day because they had a doctor's appointment or whatever? If it's there the day before the close of business, at least somebody knows that there is a request there that has to be taken care of that day.
I hear what you're saying from a staff position's perspective, but we're also here to make sure that the public has full ability
You're right.
to do too.
But to be honest, the difference between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. to me makes absolutely no difference, especially because you can do this verbally. Actually, minute closures have to be writing, so it's fax or email or handing them a letter.
Well, why
so
not
it has to be done. So I mean,
But if they're here till 5, then why not say before 5?
because we don't know some offices actually in this building close at 4:30.
But that end of business is end of business. You can't specify for certain departments and not for others. A lot of offices are closed on Fridays now because they're furloughs, by state law or by city law or what have you. Can't control that and how things are going to happen from year to year. End of business, end of business.
Well, that's end of business. The point is end of business. You just put your finger on it. End of business changes. 4 p.m. never changes.
The end of business, as we know it for the city and county of San Francisco, is 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock. If a department decides to close early, it decides to close early. But the end of business, as far as everybody is concerned, it's 5 o'clock. I think it's fairly natural for city
Would
offices.
somebody like to
If
make
not, then-
would somebody like to make a motion to change the language? Seeing none.
I would say by 5 o'clock. If you're going to have to put a time, I would say 5 o'clock.
Okay, is there
is
there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion. Public comment on the motion to change the deadline to 5 p.m. from 4 p.m. Yes, sir.
Peter Warfield. The vice chair said that the language appropriate was in the original, and the word appropriate certainly is. But it's radically different from what she suggests. It is an appropriateness on the department, not on the requester. Existing Section 6725A says, maximum deadlines provided in this article are appropriate for more extensive or demanding requests, but shall not be used to delay fulfilling a simple, routine, or otherwise readily answerable request.
Excuse me, sir. There is a motion on the floor now.
Speak to the motion.
Please speak to the motion. The motion is in 67.21C to change the request deadline to 5 p.m. from 4 p.m. Please address your remarks to that issue.
Thank you. I wanted to make a correction to what had been wrongly implied about the current and old language, and that will affect how you change the 4 p.m. in Section C. I certainly think 5 is better than 4, and Mr. Wolf makes a very good point. For anybody who's working or going to school, that hour is huge. If you want to come in, for example, and get some help with finding what record should I request to find out how much the library spent on books last year, coming in and being able to make a request, if you're there at 4:30 because you took an hour off work to get there at 4:30 and now you want to make a request, 5 or the normal close of business is appropriate. They explain it to you a little bit. There's 5 different levels of detail for the budget. Do you want the proposed budget, the approved budget, the actual expended budget? You straighten it out, you make the request. It is huge. I think that you're missing also the other end, and that is, in fairness, when must the material be provided so that if Mr. Wolf comes at 4:30 the next day, he not get the material at 4:59 and everybody goes home, and if he has any questions at all or it's not the right thing, he has to come back another day. So I think that you should balance any particular time requirement by a delivery requirement. The other thing, I think in practical terms, if you just say that day, it's real simple. That day is ending at midnight. They're going to have the full day of the next business day to work on that request. And if you bring it to them 1 minute before the deadline the day before or 1 minute before the opening of business the next day, it's not a very big difference to them. They're not going to be able to work on it any substantially longer amount of time. There are places that work late or start late. There are places that work much later. If you're in, for example, a library and they are open till 9 and at 8:30 you ask to have the one-page copy of the report that the branch manager gets monthly about the circulation, why shouldn't you be able to simply request it at 8:30, half an hour before they close? So
Thank you.
certainly it's an improvement, but I would ask you to make it as flexible as possible, considering perhaps midnight. Thank you.
Kimo Crossman. First of all, I'd like to know which departments claim that they had such a problem with this issue. I'd like to know names of the departments that say this is such an issue. I think there's maybe one or two at most that I'm aware of that might be claiming it. So that's the first. I think it's kind of used as a, I've heard this argument a lot. Oh, all the departments said this, and then I'm like, when did I mean, oftentimes it's hard for me to think of what those departments were. I want names. I want facts. Who said it when? The second thing is, as Mr. Grossman pointed out to me, you know what? Just put the request in under CPRA and they got to respond to it, as the end of business day plus 10 days. So, this whole argument is kind of an unnecessary discussion, frankly, because CPRA would require the county to go based on, did you get it during business hours or not what time of the day. The other thing is I agree with Mr. Warfield. You got to have an equal delivery time if you're going to do it. I think it's a stupid idea in the first place to do 4 p.m. Different offices have different hours. You should just do end of business and leave it at that. But if you're going to do it, then you should have this. You should also allow make the requirement documents be delivered before end of business, so I can put in another request right away if there's a problem, if they gave me the wrong records. Otherwise, I'm behind another day into the future. And I definitely have had departments do that to me. They send me their records end of business day the next day at 5:01, and then you're behind. I still want to say I'm very disappointed that you're not fixing the exemptions that are huge loopholes in IDR. Basically, without those fixed, there's no point even having the IDR in there. And I'm going to continue to complain about that because these two sections, the one we just finished and this one now, are probably the most important portions of Sunshine, and I'm very unhappy with the way they are turning out. And it's really making me wonder if I want to support this ordinance.
Thank you. Is there further public comment?
Well, I don't think 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock makes much difference, to be honest with you. But I do think what's going to happen is whether you make your request before 4 or 5, on the next day, you're going to get a response which is, we're rejecting your IDR because it's not appropriate under the standards set forth in Section C, which is readily identifiable and maintained by the department or policy in its active files. So the next day, about 4 in the afternoon, you'll get a rejection. You won't get an extension for 14 days, you'll just get a rejection because it doesn't comply with that standard. Okay, so you've lost 2 days, right? Now there's a weekend in between, so you actually have lost 4 days, where if you had just filed before 4 or 5 o'clock on the day you submitted your IDR, you'd have a 10-day wait instead of a rejection and then having to start all over again. I just don't get it. I really don't get it. You've got this undefined middle that's been created because of these various rules, and they just don't work together. So I think this whole thing has to be rethought through based on experience. I don't know how many IDRs you've ever submitted to a department or agency. I've done many, and Chemo's done a ton of them, and I can tell you the types of problems you run into with these kinds of issues, because you're going to get a rejection if it doesn't meet that standard.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. There is a motion on the floor. Member Wolf.
I move to amend my motion to also strike the word appropriate in the following sentence.
Okay, so are you moving to strike the entire sentence, or just the word appropriate?
Just the word appropriate, because based upon what I've heard, that's really the issue. The sentence is without the word appropriate, it is what it is. Immediate disclosure requests are for records that are readily available, identifiable, and maintained by the department or policy body as active files. There's no ambiguity.
Okay.
Appropriate creates an ambiguity.
So you would say, your sentence would say requests to inspect or for copies of documents that must be gathered from multiple sources or offices, or documents maintained in a remote storage facility are not for immediately disclosure requests. Is that what you're proposing? You said strike the word appropriate.
Well, I would say that for that too. I mean, because that's exactly what you're saying. I mean, the word appropriate, I don't know why it's there. It leaves a place for somebody to make a decision.
Does the second accept that amendment?
It does. The problem is with the exceptions, not the word appropriate. I mean, they're going to have the same. Their complaint is that they don't want those categories.
Excuse me. Does the second accept that amendment? Who seconded the motion? I believe it was Member Williams.
Member Williams. Member Williams, you seconded the motion.
There is a proposed. Well, there is a. Excuse me, Member Williams. Let me clarify, please. There is a motion to amend. There is a proposal to amend Mr. Wolf's motion by keeping the 5 p.m. in there, but also in the following sentence. I see. Striking appropriate in two places, where it says immediate disclosure requests are appropriate, and then down further where it says are not appropriate. In both cases, strike the word appropriate. The second accepts? Second accepts. Okay. Further discussion? Roll call, please. I'm sorry. Member Washburn.
I think whether appropriate is there or not, if it's not there, it's implied for anybody trying to understand what this is saying. You know, you, the requester, have to make a decision about whether to file an immediate disclosure request, and you need some decision rule or some guidance, and the department also needs some decision rule or guidance. So the word appropriate it can be fraught, but whether it's there or not, it's implied. And I don't know what other word to put there in its stead. But what people want to know is, when can I make this? When is this the right thing to do, or the sensible thing to do? Can I do this as a member of the public? Can I expect this kind of turnaround? Well, okay, it seems that I can for this type of information. This other type of information, no, I can't expect this. The same with the departments. So we need to be informative here, and the word appropriate it can be misconstrued, you can misconstrue any word in the English language, but I think it makes sense to have a word like that there.
Okay, anyway.
Further discussion? Member Wolf?
In response to that, the only thing I would say is it doesn't exist. It wasn't existing there before. It doesn't exist in CPRA. So it's like, why add it? Why give somebody? That's one of the biggest problems we get complaints about, is that the departments make decisions on their own because they have the ability through deciding whether something is appropriate or not. If you say that something is this or is not that, it's very clear. There's no ambiguity. If you give them a choice to wiggle out of whether they want to provide a piece of information or not by adding the word as appropriate, then it gives them the opportunity to determine, well, is this appropriate or is it not appropriate? But if you take the word appropriate out and you say IDRs are for records that are readily identifiable instead of whether they're appropriate or not, now you create a question. So I'm saying don't create the question. The public doesn't want that. The public wants, and the departments should know that this is for this and this is for that. Just like they want to know, they want a deadline. So that's,
call the question?
that's my thoughts on that.
All right. The question has been called without objection. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Craven Green. Aye. Craven Green, aye. Member Washburn.
Doesn't matter. It has no impact except for 4 to 5.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber.
Sure, aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf. Aye. Wolf, aye. Member Goldman.
No.
Goldman, no. Member Williams. Williams, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 6 ayes and 1 noes.
Okay. Section 67.22, I have one. I believe that should take a footnote. And it would be footnote number 16, which means that the other subsequent footnotes would take on the subsequent numbers. I believe that this should say moved from 67.25D as in David.
That's correct, but we don't need a, it's not a motion, that's just a footnote. You're,
Right, that's
you're
a
able to do
footnote.
that.
So I believe that footnote should be inserted, and then it's not substantive. And then after 67.25D, we should have a similar footnote. This would be old 67.25D. Which would say moved to, this would become under old 67.25D. It would be footnote, which is crossed out. Footnote number 34 moved to 67.22. Or moved to new 67. Well, moved to 67.22.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, you say footnote number 34?
There are 2 footnotes.
One where the new one is, one where the old one was.
Right, okay.
It's not substantive.
Don't worry about it.
Makes sense.
Okay. Chris, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now let's take the substance of 67.22. There is no change here. It's just moved. Okay. Shall we move on?
Yes.
Is there public comment on 67.22?
Yes, Kimo Crossman. So this was a great provision that Mr. Comstock came up with on Prop G. The problem is I don't think it's ever been fully complied with by any request that I've ever submitted. And so we put in this new provision that gets it halfway there. The provision is that, What the heck? It got taken out. That's ridiculous. I can't believe it. This is the whole thing we were going to put in here to make sure that it was effective, and that was custodian of public records shall keep notes of the time and personnel used to comply with records requests. The whole point of that was to make sure we could enforce it by people being responsible for the time they spent, and now it's been taken out. Well, that's very upsetting to me. And it means that we're all back to the same way it was before, which is that departments will just continue to...
We are recessed.
Now we're back in session.
Well, without you, Member Knever has left. Without you here, we're absent a quorum.
That's what I'm saying, so you got to keep on.
So don't wander into the back
So
room.
please stay in here.
Wait a minute, I have to get up. Wow.
Okay.
Crap. Okay, so I'm right here, I hear you. I'm not leaving,
But if you're in the other room, you have left.
Pardon me, baby.
If you go in there, you've gone.
Okay, I'm here.
Here,
Stand
good.
right here.
All right, there we go. Keep going.
We're back in session.
How much
Please
time do I have?
continue.
149.
So again, I'm shocked to see that you've taken out this. The whole point of this added section here was to try to get compliance by departments by getting some sort of proof that they're actually working on a request every day. This incremental delivery. Now you've stricken it. I don't know when that happened. I'm shocked to see it's gone. But what I was going to actually talk about was adding another section saying, or another line saying, and the information would be emailed to the requester on a daily basis. So the whole point is either you're getting records on a daily basis, or you're getting an email saying, here's who worked on it and how much time they spent on it today. Because that would be proof that they are working on your request. Because we all know what happens now. You put in a request, and they say, and you say, I want daily incremental delivery. They invoke the full extension because the IDR section is still broken. You haven't fixed that. And then they don't give you any records until day 10. And so this section is just as broken as it was in Prop G, and that's disappointing because that's the point of this exercise, is to make it fix where it's broken.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on 67.22?
Yes, Peter Warfield. I would like to reinforce, actually I was going to say to Member Williams, they shoot horses, don't they? Thank you. Thank you for persevering, and to all the members. I have two important issues with this. First, I'd like to reinforce what Kimo Crossman just said and illustrate it with an example that all of you remember quite recently, with the very exception of the most new member. The library claimed through its custodian of records, in quotes, namely the Library Commission Secretary, that it had either destroyed or that the department that had the record destroyed it. This was a record that I sought, Library Users Association sought from the library with respect to the Park Branch library renovation plans. I think when you particularly have a custodian as exists at the library and as may exist under other provisions here, when you've got somebody looking for stuff who has no clue, and the records may not even be in their possession or their custody, how do you know where they went? How do you know what they did? Where did she find out that these records were destroyed? We subsequently found out that they were not. But there are other things in perfectly good faith. A department may go looking in places that I know are going to be unproductive, possibly just from ignorance or misunderstanding the question. So I think that the double crossed out portion is extremely valuable and extremely important, so that I, as the requester, can say, well, why are they asking so-and-so in such and such a department about the question I had, when that doesn't really seem, and it could be just an honest misunderstanding in the best circumstance, and in the worst, it could be a bad faith effort. So I think that that provision that Chemo Crossman is objecting to the removal of is very valuable and is very important, and actually ought to be considered for inclusion for every request, so that people will know, or if something turns up later, well, how did we miss that? Oh, they did a good faith effort, but this is what happened. That would document their effort. The other thing I'd like to see removed, or maybe replaced, is the rolling basis provision. And here I want to whisper, because I haven't had much trouble with this. And I'm afraid if I speak it out loud, somebody might get ideas. And that is, if I might have the attention of the two members, since there are only 6 here. On the bottom line, it says, the custodian shall produce any and all responsive public records as soon as reasonably possible, and, where requested, on an incremental or rolling basis. I think it should be mandatory that it be on a rolling basis unless otherwise requested by the requester. It's possible a requester might want the whole kit and caboodle whenever you have it ready and not in bits and pieces. So those 2 words remove and perhaps replace unless otherwise requested by requester, and keep in
Thank you.
the the double crossed out. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment?
Again, this is a real-world issue. I don't recall, even when I've asked for rolling delivery of copies, that I ever got copies in various deliveries. I got them all at once, and it generally towards the end of the 10-day period or at the end of the 10-day period. So I think that the deleted provision will add a little bit of interest to how and who went through the process of locating the records and providing them. I don't understand the need for the sentence that reads, failure to comply with this provision is a violation of this ordinance. I think the duty is pretty clear, and where there's a duty and a failure to comply, it's a violation. I always assumed that was the case because you've got them all over, duties all over the ordinance. Another question I don't understand is that the department policy body or custodian of records, I find that interesting now that we've added the custodian of records to the department or policy body, as soon as reasonably possible. Soon as reasonably possible. Well, that's not what the California Public Records Act says. It says at all times during office hours of the state and local agency. Period. So reasonably possible isn't quite immediate, and the copies have to be delivered promptly. So it's not clear to me how that interacts, but again, it raises the question of, is this really a more efficient, effective, faster, or does it create greater access as required under 6253E of the California Public Records Act? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Task Force? Member Graven Green?
Just real briefly, with respect to the double stricken outline, Mr. Crossman, I'm making a bet with you. With respect to the double crossed off line, each custodian of public record shall keep notes. You can ask Doug Comstock. I'm going to bet you $5. Doug Comstock proposed that in response to the request from the Board of Supervisor for requests to complaints that people wanted to quantify how much time it was taking departments to comply with the Public Records Act or comply with this ordinance. And, you know, Doug thought, well, that's a good way of just saying, all right, they're going to have to keep track of all their time responding to every single Public Records Act. And we struck this because that is a wholly unnecessary burden, trying to figure out what the difference is between complying with a duty under the Public Records Act versus complying with a special additional duty under the Sunshine Ordinance. How do you separate that out? And all that information could only be used against Sunshine. So that's why it was stricken out. But I'll bet you $5 if I'm wrong. So, anyway.
Is that a question?
No, it's not.
No. Please be seated, sir. Member Wolf.
Two things. One is, I'll go backwards. With regards to the last line's been double stricken. You know, when we take books out from the library, it takes a lot of time to determine who took out that book. You know, there's lots of technology now, and there's lots of people to keep track of those things. We should keep track of how documents with regards to a particular task are dealt with. In a records room, people sign out for records all the time, and it's just a notation. In a evidence room, same thing. Everybody's got to sign in and out. I don't see why this should be a problem. It actually also helps the person doing the work account for the work that they're doing. If a complainant comes in and says, "Well, you didn't do this or that," you know, they could show them, "Hey, you know, I did send it to you. Here, I made a notation." Okay, and I think that's that's important. I understand your point about it could be used as a tool or a weapon against Sunshine, but no doubt the city has to follow CPRA no matter what. And I think that keeping a note on when it is, I mean, doesn't necessarily make or break that case at all, budgetarily.
Member Williams? Oh, okay. Member Washburn.
I just wonder if this seems to me is not something that should be in the ordinance. This seems to me it would be a best practice perhaps, but we want city employees to comply with the law, and you know, whether or not they keep detailed records of how much time they spent on complying with the law is, I don't know, beside the point. They need to do their main duty, which is to serve us. And so I don't think this type of thing, I agree with Member Craven Green and Doug Comstock, it could be used against us. The city department could say, look at all the time we've spent with this rolling, you know, with this particular request. That's why we haven't been able to address this other person's request. I don't know. It seems to me it could be used against us, and it's an unnecessary level of detail.
Could be fodder for people like Ken Garcia. It already has been, actually. Member Goldman?
I agree with the previous two speakers. I also would like to point out that these amendments are not getting on the ballot. We've just spent 3.5 hours on 5 little pieces of business, and it's absolutely ridiculous. This stuff has been hashed, and rehashed I don't know how many times, and it's just ridiculous. So anyway, we'll be here 4 years from now rewriting every one of these provisions again just because every single person here decides they want to throw an and or an or into a particular sentence. So good luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, there was one other item. I agree. I think the line that says failure to comply with this provision is a violated ordinance. Anything that you don't comply with in this ordinance is a violation.
That's a hold that exists in the current language. It's not been added in, but I am totally fine with striking it. I think without objection we can do that.
Okay.
Well, any objection to striking that line?
Not at all.
Done. It's getting late now. I think there is a consensus here to bring matters to a close. The question is, we are losing Member Craven. We do not have yet her replacement appointed. Do we want to meet? Do we want to hold a special meeting a week from tonight without an attorney present? The only attorney present who's probably guaranteed to be present will be Mr. Grossman, whose opinions are, I respect, whose passion is certainly admirable for Sunshine, but we would be without an attorney member. We would be without, most likely, we would be without the deputy city attorney. Do we want to hold a special meeting without those people present?
I'm in favor of such a meeting just because we need the time to go through these things.
You are in favor of holding the meeting?
Yes.
I'll be there.
Member Williams? Next Tuesday would be out for you. Next Tuesday would be out for you. Is that what you're saying? Member Wolf?
I'll come.
All right.
And I've written up my changes, and they've been the last changes that I think certainly necessarily need to be done.
Okay.
And so I've submitted those. And Member Washburn's going to make sure that they're at least addressed, if not adopted, because that's up to you guys, but they're addressed.
Okay. The meeting, I will poll the other members to see if they can attend. Let's schedule it. Schedule a meeting for 5 p.m. next Tuesday in room 406. And if we lose a quorum, we cancel the meeting. Our quorum is gone. This meeting is adjourned.